Hey, John. Hey, Shay.
How is everybody?
Hi guys.
Well, I have some really cool news to share
Ooh.
about, let's see, what is this, 5:15? About 25 minutes ago, I got an email from Catherine Grosscup, chapter, and we got awarded.
No way.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
That's fantastic.
I know, your face looked like how I feel, Shay. I'm sort of in shock. It's a whole lot more work ahead, but it's very cool.
John.
Yep,
Oh, yes.
yep. And first person I called was Jen. And
What'd she say?
she was just ecstatic, just like you'd
I
imagine.
bet.
She said, made her year.
Oh, that is amazing.
Isn't that cool?
For sharing.
Yeah. Like you say, lots ahead, but I'm excited.
Rather have lots ahead than just like
Another
dead.
another turn down would have probably been too much for me to take.
Totally. Oh, wow. Oh, how fun is that?
Yeah. So some good news. I don't know if that's something we want to share tonight, or probably don't need to, but I'd like council to know at some point. So what do you guys think?
Well, it's certainly good news. That's fantastic. Did Catherine say we could share that?
I didn't ask her. I would imagine. I mean, I suppose I should ask her, shouldn't I?
How do they handle their awards? Like, do they issue letters or press releases? Or I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, I don't really know either. I'll have to. I'll send her an email right now. Hopefully, she might not. Well, she's working from home like the rest of us. She'll probably get it.
Hey, Pam.
We'll see what she says.
I have a small question. I think that one of you might be able to answer the agenda item. The title for agenda item 10 didn't include section 8.3 of the municipal code. Is that something we can just amend at the start for the during additions and deletions?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Simple fix. Yep.
Awesome.
Good to know.
Confusion on that. That was probably my that was like a last minute realization to me that we needed to update that section too, just because of the terms manufactured and mobile and such. It wasn't like substantial stuff, but yeah, sorry for that.
All good. John, I'm circling around. I was reading something when you asked about announcing it to council. If you feel comfortable doing it, by all means. I always like to wait till there's like a formal announcement, just in case, I'm sure we can take Catherine for her word, but in case something happened, then
Yeah,
you know what I
think
mean?
I think that's a good plan.
So, but I'll leave it up to you. But that's exciting. And I'm glad you called Jen. That's awesome.
Yeah, I knew she'd be one who could really appreciate how cool it is.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think you're smart to say let's not formally announce it or officially announce it at a council meeting. I can let council know separately, and then wait to get official notification from Catherine.
Did she call you or she emailed you?
Email. Yep.
And did she email just you or like Andrew and Deidre and?
Just myself, Andrew, and Deidre. Yeah. Just like you
Fantastic.
presented.
That's
Yep.
so awesome.
Yep. And I haven't heard from Deidre yet. It doesn't sound like she saw it, but Andrew has seen it. And everybody's pretty ecstatic, I think.
Well, I'm going to hit broadcast here so that folks can, so that we can start letting folks in once they show up. I don't know if is there a orange banner at the top that says practice mode only, John?
Nope.
On yours? No? Okay. Shay,
There
do you
is
see
on
that?
mine. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to hit broadcast.
I just got a green banner that says the webinar is now broadcasting.
Okay, great.
So does that mean we're live on YouTube or Facebook or something?
No, that'd be kind of cool if that's what it was, but this is just the webinar add-on. When you start a webinar, it doesn't automatically start for all attendees. It starts in a kind of a practice mode, and then there's another step after that to broadcast.
Well, I see we already have 3 attendees. Hello, Glenn, Rob, and Tanner.
They just can't say hi back.
It's all good. Preston, is Paul Wright going to be on with us for this Mental Health Awareness Month?
Yes, sir, he is.
Great. And then I'm guessing you're planning on doing your COVID general update right after that, before that.
So when we get to the additions to the agenda, I'll request an item to give that local response update. So I think it'll just be you and council to figure out where you want me, Tanner, and Glenn to give that update, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Maybe at the forefront.
Sure. If yeah, I hate to make Paul hang any longer than he has to, but that's probably good. He'd probably be curious to hear it too.
John, I kind of missed the virtual background, but it's okay.
Well, I debated. I think it's more professional to not use it. Do you think?
You know, I mean, I like the virtual background. I mean,
I do like to show my love of Ridgway. One of the nicer things about the virtual backgrounds is they take advantage of some of the uh, backlighting issues and stuff that you get otherwise.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. Hey, Terry, how you doing?
Good. Am I off of mute? Yep, I guess so.
Yeah. Yep.
Trying to find a place in the house where the sun isn't shining everywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe I'll go with a virtual background. How do I do that? Let's see. Hey, John, how are you?
Good. How are you doing, Terry?
Doing well. Busy.
How
Yeah,
about that,
especially after gobbling up that agenda packet. Holy cow.
huh? It took something. 337 pages, was it?
Not including the separate pieces.
Mm.
See, how do you do a virtual background? Oh, there it is.
It's in preferences. Do you see it? A
Yeah,
couple places, actually. Yeah. You can access it under your video settings.
there we go.
There you go. That's a good one.
It's right there on the river.
The mighty Uncompahgre.
Yeah. Let's see. Gotta make sure I'm not drowning. Now, how do I get back to the other view? Aha. How are you managing, Preston?
Say that again, Terry.
Said, how are you managing?
I'm hanging in there. Thanks for asking. Yeah, things are good.
Hey, on a separate note, I'll contact you tomorrow or Monday regarding work I'm doing on your lighting. You have to replace 5 of the town's lights, and I've been doing some work on the investigating the accounts, trying to piece it together. I'm having our GIS people do a new mapping of all the meters and the lights, and probably going to go out there with Jeff and try to reconcile everything.
Perfect. Yeah, I'll stand by. Look forward to getting that.
Problem is I don't have access to my computer here, but it's in the sunlight.
Terry, it looks like you're pulling things out of the river.
I like how when I walk away, I sort of disappear into the background and then.
Your magic.
Yeah, the green screen thing is pretty wild, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Shay.
Hey, Terry.
How are you coping?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
All right.
See.
Got out on the rat trails yesterday. That was fun.
Nice.
Hey, Eric. Hey, Kevin.
Guys, how you doing? Nice to see you, Eric.
See you.
Hey, Terry.
John, your head keeps disappearing.
It's part of the matrix.
Beth,
I mean, I'll disappear into the foothills of Cimarrons. That sounds good.
Absolutely.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
That's okay. It was kind of entertaining.
Happy to entertain you any way I can.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. Those here. What's that say, Terry?
Like he can't unmute himself.
Oh, really?
Now I can.
It may be Shay's job. Oh, you got it? You got it.
I guess once you mute yourself, you can't unmute yourself, apparently.
Yeah, I learned that last meeting.
We're using a different platform now. We're using the webinar mode. You should be able to mute and unmute yourself now. If you want to try it before we get going, that might be a good thing to do.
All right, I'll try it.
No?
Ah, there we go.
No luck?
With a little bit of love, I was able to do it.
Oh,
Okay.
what am I doing wrong?
I clicked on mute for both of you, so I might have to still do it.
Yeah, it told me.
Host.
Yeah, it told me the
Yeah,
host
the
one.
host has to unmute me.
Well, raise your hands.
Well, I've created this just in case.
Wave if we have to.
Hi, Tessa.
Hi, guys.
Nice to see everybody.
Indeed.
It's nice to see everybody without a mask on.
Right.
Yeah.
True that.
Yeah, everybody looks like they're ready to rob a bank these days.
I got an email from some state of Colorado bank organization that said, public official, please think twice before requiring masks in all businesses. We don't want masks required in our banks.
Tell you I just passed an emergency ordinance requiring masks in all indoor businesses. And I can't remember all the rest of the detail. It was in today's Planet.
Did they exempt banks?
I didn't say so.
So I'm not sure if Russ is on and showing as Krista Meyer, but I guess if you are, Russ, raise your hand or shoot me an email or message. Or let me just promote real quick and we can hear. Russ, are you showing up as Krista?
No. I think I'm making a
Different one.
video. I don't know where it is.
Well, we can hear you now, so I think
you are showing up as Krista because that's the only way we'd be able to hear you now.
So Krista's sitting over here with her own section.
Well, but
No, he's echoing because he's not. He's being heard through her phone near him.
so. There's two Kristas on here. So let me unpromote this one and do the other one. Hold on.
But I'm not Krista. I'm not showing up as Krista.
Is he one of the phone numbers?
No, I'm on the computer. It's just not showing my audio. It shows that I'm here.
Wait,
Is it-
still? Are you?
it's showing your name.
Yes.
I will leave the meeting and then you get on the meeting.
I'm on it.
But Russ, you're not on the meeting.
I'm leaving.
That's the right one? disappeared.
Krista, help.
Let's try the one that's still logged on to see if that works.
Now I see both.
Oh, shoot.
Try the one where it doesn't have a picture.
Okay.
Enter my computer towards Russ so he can join until he joins. How's that?
Is that you, Russ? No, we lost him.
Hold on.
Bear with us, folks. Thanks for your patience.
Oh, the one I unmuted just left. So I'll unmute that.
I have to fix
Which
video.
is this one?
Yeah.
Is that you, Russ?
Hold on, I'm coming in as Krista. Hello. Hey,
All right.
Russ?
I'm going to rename you.
okay.
Have an internet.
Welcome.
Thanks.
I want him on to come in again.
Okay. Looks like we can get started, eh?
Hey, you betcha.
Okay, so I will call the regular telemeeting of the Ridgway Town Council for Wednesday, May 13th, 2020 to order and ask for a roll call, please.
Councilors Cheek,
Here.
Grambley,
Here.
Lakin,
Present.
Meyer,
Here.
Schuyler,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Here.
Mayor Clark.
Here, thank you. Welcome, everybody. First item on the agenda is to ask if there are any additions or deletions to the agenda.
Yes, Mayor, I have one item I'd request to add. We have Tanner Kingery and Glenn Boyd here with us, at least for the first portion of the meeting, looking to see if we can provide a local response update on COVID-19.
Great. How about we make that the, let's see, what do you guys think? Can we make that item number 7 and everything down? Does that work for you guys?
Good for me.
Yep.
Okay. All right, we'll do that.
John, if it's appropriate, if we have time, I'd like to discuss the possibility of forming a new committee.
Okay, we can take that up under policy matters. We'll make that the new item. I would actually make it item 17 under policy matters at the end there. Anybody have anything else?
And this is Shay. Agenda item number 10. Just the wording needs to be updated to also include section 8.3 of the municipal code.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
That should read introduction of an ordinance revising section 6-3, 6-6, and 7-3 and 8-2?
3.
3. 8-3 of the municipal code. Great, thank you. Anything else? All right, that brings us to the adoption of the consent calendar. Is there anything on there anybody wants to pull off, or if not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Seconded.
Motion made by Eric, seconded by Tessa. Could we have a roll call, please?
Council members Cheek,
Aye.
Grambley,
Aye.
Lakin,
Aye.
Meyer,
Hi.
Schuyler,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Great, thank you, everybody. That brings us to public comments. This is established time on the agenda for anyone in the public to address council regarding any item that's not otherwise listed on the agenda. If any of the attendees, I see a hand up already. Susan Lacey. Go ahead.
Am I unmuted?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. I don't know if Amy Rutherford's here with me, but we met with Unified Command to talk about graduation, and which is scheduled for the 29th. And we are also putting together a celebratory town parade at the end. So the graduation ceremony, which will be a drive-in model at the fairgrounds, will then be followed with a celebratory town parade so that people could come out in their yards and honor the graduates. And Amy, actually, we already have a first draft. Your Marshall Shane looked at the draft and said there's some complexity, so it looks like we need to look at that carefully. The fire department's on board to be a part of it, and so we just wanted to, let the town know, but we want to make sure that we get this parade figured out and we get it out in the public so that the community can join us in celebrating the graduates in this rather bizarre graduation year. But they will be doing actually a pickup truck processional at the fairgrounds. So it's actually some kind of classic elements to graduation that may set new trends.
Nice wear.
Yeah.
Russ, did you say something?
No.
Oh,
Good.
thought I heard somebody say something. Susan, that's great news. I'm really excited to see that, and I saw your email earlier this afternoon with the map. I assume you're coordinating that with Shane. You may have already said that, but
a little bit, yeah. I mean, Preston and I talked about it. It was, as well as we've got. I know there's a banner that was going to be hung, and we have yard signs with each of the graduates that we're hoping the week before that we could put them in the town park, and then we'll use them as graduations. So I know there's a lot of sort of covenants and details that are normally part of town around signage, etc. But it sounded like maybe we can streamline some of that given the peculiar situation and that it's a temporary.
yeah, the big one to me is the banner, and I realized this afternoon after seeing your email that I hadn't heard back from Jen Donovan about whether or not you guys were going to go ahead with the banner, and she did reply saying that she's got it ordered and would like to put it up. Preston, I guess I would put it to you. I think we probably need to do a temporary use permit or a revocable permit for that since it's over town right away. And I don't know if we need to try and shoehorn that in tonight or whether that could be done administratively, but I thought I should ask.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Real quick, the banner piece we can figure out administratively. Can you all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then I just want to commend Susan and then, and Kenneth, the school district, with both school districts and all their hard work in trying to find some way to celebrate the graduates. It's a really weird time, but Susan, like she was saying, met with Glenn and Tanner in particular several times, I believe, over the last several weeks, and then I joined the meeting last week. And yes, I think this is a great way to celebrate the graduates. Susan, yeah, I got your email with the parade route, and yeah, there's a little bit more there than I thought we had talked about last week. I'll talk with Shane about that a little bit more, but we'll talk offline and figure out what we can what we should be able to accommodate with the amount of deputies we have, et cetera. And then with the majority of that parade route being on CDOT right of way. So just wanted to throw that in there.
Yeah, and I know Amy was literally coordinating, I think, knowing neighborhoods where, the first grade teacher that taught them lives, all of those kinds of things. So it's personalized at a level, but that may not fully, we might need to streamline it to do it.
And just throwing this out there, I mean, Clinton Street, we have those huge wide sidewalks and there's space for people, if you're off the parade route, and that's not CDOT. So that's something to consider.
Yeah, and I think what we were hoping is that, however, that like a lot of it is in the two neighborhoods, and it does the circle up at the high school, the secondary school. But this idea of families in their neighborhoods, but then also people that don't live in town, if they could, park with their car, or I think the goal isn't to really encourage a lot of people out in the streets, but that maybe. So kind of looking at some of those ideas, like you said, around sidewalks or safety or whatever makes the most sense. I think it's really just finding a way that it's sort of a mental health celebration for everybody to honor the kids and they were super excited on Tuesday when I was able to talk with them and finally tell them that something was happening. And yeah, so I think we just want to do it safely. We want to do it in a way that brings the community together and is something positive in this time of kind of weirdness.
And Susan, sorry, what was the date of graduation again?
So our date, and that is what's been on our calendar, is Friday the 29th. It's a 6 p.m. graduation. And then we have said if there was heavy rain, we would do a rain date the next morning at 10. Just because if it's, it is outdoors. We're looking at the south side of the fairgrounds. There's a meadow there. Cows and Mount Abrams in the background. So it's got a nice, and then they'll, as I said, they'll have the vehicles and the pickup trucks, and the kids will do a processional literally around the racetrack. So it should be kind of fun. And they've got 2020 masks being made, and they've got all the appropriate COVID protection. And Dr. Gates actually joined me over there on Sunday, and we looked again after I had met many, and talked with Tanner and Glenn and Preston and everything. It was helpful, as he has a graduate who will be making the salutatorian speech. It was nice to kind of have his eyes on it too.
That's great. Good news. Anybody else have questions for Susan on this?
No questions.
Great.
The fire department do the water arch again, or is it too close to fire season to waste the water?
I don't know. Erin did say she was going to ask them to sprinkle down the track so that there wasn't excessive dust. It would be pretty fun if and actually I know Amy talked with Chris and Shannon, and they said, you know what, everyone's going to want to be involved. There may be more than one fire truck. So I think there's also, like I said, it's just a, we don't have Memorial Weekend in the way. There's so many things we don't have. I hope can be something we do have.
Thinking the big water sprinkler things and the water balloons too.
Oh yeah. No, the kids love that stuff. And if they're in their front yard of their neighborhood and it comes by, and yeah.
Biodegradable water balloons, of course.
Oh, yes. No candy. We can't throw out candy though. There's all the graduation requirements. There's a lot about handing out things. Well, great.
Thank you so much, Susan.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you to everybody. I feel like I know you all so well now because I see you on every other Zoom all day. We're just all together. I know that I told my husband, I know the sound of every town council member's voice. It's scary. But anyway, thank you. Have a great evening, and thanks for, and also thank you that the affordable housing Shay, all the work that's been going on for a long time around that is also very exciting to see. I may not make it to listen, but Shay has shared all of that information, and I'm really excited about the progress there.
Great. Thanks for the support on that, and thanks for all your hard work. Let's see. Go ahead.
Great. Let me know if there's, and we'll get in touch with the town and work with.
Yeah, it sounds like you and Preston will connect offline and button up any last minute details.
Yeah, Susan, I'll follow up very soon.
Okay, sounds great. I'm hoping to delegate to somebody, but.
And Susan, let us know if there's anything we can do to help, for sure.
All right, well, great. Thanks so much. Have a good evening.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Anyone else have anything under public comment? Raise your hand if you do. Hopefully you know how to raise your hand. Show the participant side panel, and then when you hover over your name, you should be able to, or actually when you just look at the bottom of the participant list, you should see a option to raise your hand. I see two. Sherbahakan Wehabano is, I think that's probably Tricia.
That is, sorry. Yeah, I'm under our Weehawken. I don't know if now is the right time to bring up public comment on on a possible alteration to Clinton Street.
Yeah, hold off on that. Preston is gonna at the end of this bit, he's next on the agenda to give the COVID update.
Okay,
and then
perfect.
we'll talk about the stuff you've got in mind.
That'd be wonderful. Okay, I just wasn't sure on timing. I
Right.
will wait
So
and
good. Sit tight.
Thank you.
And Chris Hawkins. Hi, Chris. Oh, there you go.
Hi, council members. Thank you. Hey, I just was curious about recycling. The first week I felt like a slob, so I changed and I started putting everything in piles. My garage is full of cardboard and I'm about ready to start taking stuff up to Montrose. And I know a lot of people in solar ranches are already doing that. What's the plan with our recycling provider to get back on track and help us out?
Possibly Preston can address that, but I will say right off the bat that I think the best approach for at least probably the rest of May is to take your recycling to Montrose to their recycle center. We probably need, Preston, you can weigh in if there's other news, but I'm guessing that until things ease up a little bit more, Bruin is not going to be prepared to have their human staff doing hand sorting of all recycling still. But have you heard anything different, Preston?
Yes, sir. Thanks, Mayor. That's exactly right. I saw an email not too long ago from Chris Trosper. They're hoping to resume here shortly, but he didn't indicate any sort of date that they would resume recycling services. And yeah, we've been getting, a number of us here at Town Hall phone calls about recycling in particular, and I've been responding to a number of emails. And I know there's some discomfort about how all that's been handled and having to hoard your recycling for the time being, or biting the bullet and throwing it in the landfill. It's a huge bummer, but at the end of the day, Chris did say hopefully sometime very soon is when they'll resume.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Anyone else have comments or questions at this point? Give me a second. Seeing none, I think we probably can move on. That brings us to public requests and presentations and the new item number 7, which is Preston and Tanner and Glenn's update on everything COVID-19 related.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. I'll go ahead and give an update on everything so that Tanner and Glenn don't have to do most of the talking, but they'll be here to answer questions. So I'll try to be pretty comprehensive in these remarks, so maybe grab some popcorn or something. So the governor, obviously we all know the safer at home order is in place. That's slated to stay in effect through April 26th, I believe it is. That model requires vulnerable individuals to stay at home as much as possible, and then allows for limited reopening of certain businesses. The general public still encouraged to stay at home as much as possible, just like vulnerable individuals. Gotta maintain the social distancing techniques recommended by CDPHE and CDC to reduce the likelihood of spreading the or disease transmission. And then certain activities like gatherings of 10 or fewer people for certain activities is permitted now. The 10 or more mandate still remains in place. There are workplace restrictions, cleaning standards, all in place to reduce the possibility of disease spread. And then kind of at the forefront now, we've seen a lot of businesses and activities requiring specific guidance based on how they go about their business. And that guidance is included in the Safer at Home order. Tanner and Glenn did a dynamite job hosting a bunch of business sector meetings over the last few weeks, maybe 2 weeks ago now. They presented the guidance that's been made available and best practices for reopening. In my eye, the meetings were very well received, and we're waiting until kind of near the end of the month now for additional guidance for sectors like restaurants and bars, and there may be a few others. There's been quite a lot of conversation and even some proposals about looking at things like street closures in our downtown area, or even allocating park space for businesses to utilize for outside dining. in my eye, that's great outside the box thinking, but it's definitely not unique. There's a ton of cities and towns across the state and even the country that are looking at just that and exploring it currently. But I haven't heard, and Tanner and Glenn can correct me if I'm wrong, of any communities that have moved forward with that. Maybe there's some, I just don't know. But here in Colorado, we're precluded from doing anything like that until the state either grants Ouray County a variance that we would have to apply for the restaurant sector, or CDPHE and the governor's office finally give us some additional information and guidance about when restaurants can start returning to that sense of normalcy and opening back up. So Tanner and Glenn can correct me if I'm wrong, but last time I heard, the governor's office is tentatively planning to present more information on or around May 25th in relation to restaurants. So, and since we're on the topic of restaurants, just earlier today, the county commissioners convened as the Board of Health. They gave direction to Tanner to draft a variance application for restaurants, which it seemed to me there was consensus to base that largely on Montrose County's application, like kind of their model. They also asked for the application to seek a waiver from what's called the 10-mile rule. It's a restriction in the Safer at Home order that says something, let's see if I can find it. Oh, travel for recreational purposes should be limited to your own community, like your county of residence, or traveling no more than about 10 miles. So the commissioners asked for a waiver from that travel restriction. So Tanner's goal is to have that application ready for the Board of Health's review on May 19th. I think that is next Tuesday. And they also reviewed the variance application that Tanner worked really hard on to put together regarding short-term rentals. The Safer at Home order prohibits short-term vacation-style rentals such as Airbnbs and VRBOs. And so that was the impetus for the commissioners asking Tanner to put that variance request together. He did that. They reviewed it. They approved the submittal of that variance request, and I imagine Tanner already sent that off to the state. If he hasn't, maybe any minute. Finally, they talked about the new lodging order that Tanner put together with help from Unified Command, restricting overnight lodging facilities within the county starting May 16th. That's what is that? What's day 13th? I guess that's Saturday. Facilities like hotels, motels, RV parks, commercial campgrounds can only check in, rent, or lease up to 50% of their capacity, or up to 10 units, whichever is applicable, and then increasing to 100% on May 29th. So the commissioners were on board with that order. Tanner and Carol Viner will get that order shored up and issued here shortly. Tanner, Glenn, what did I miss?
Hey everybody, it's Tanner. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep. Thanks everyone. Thanks Preston. You did a great job of covering that. First, I just want to say thanks everyone for doing such an awesome job. The whole community, the whole county, for following a lot of the public health orders, and we're in a much better place today because of all your efforts. So thank you so much for that. Kind of just to give a data update on tests performed and positives and such. 93 tests performed for our county so far, 6 positive cases. 1 is an active case that I'm actively monitoring. We have 2 suspected positive cases also, and what that means is those were antibody tests, and the way the state is handling that is they're not reporting those as confirmed cases because of the nature of those tests. And they're maybe in the future they will, but there's just some uncertainty about those still. But I'm still following those people. I'm still calling them. I'm still tracing them, even though they could have been sick quite a while ago and are fine now. But it's still something that's on my radar and I'm still tracking. A little bit about testing. I should be getting tests at the public health department soon. Is what I keep getting told is soon. And my vision for that is to be able to have tests available for those people who have a doctor's note, but can't get to Montrose or can't get to the doctor, be able to provide that in the county with the doctor's note. So that's my goal with that. More information to come on that as when we have it. Preston touched on the variances. Thanks for doing that, Preston. Ridge State Park updates or camping updates, I guess, campgrounds. May 15th on Friday is what Ridgway State Park is looking at for opening up camping. I talked to the Forest Service. There's some Forest Service campgrounds around the county, and they're looking at opening June 1st for those Forest Service campgrounds. Preston touched on that safer at home order and what it means, so thank you again, Preston. We're also working with the city of Ridgway right now on how to open the hot springs pool safely someday once it's allowed. And also the Box Canyon Falls Park, trying to get some procedures in place over there with the city of Ridgway. With the town of Ridgway, like Preston said, working with the farmers market recently on safely operating and different things they can do for that. Both towns are working on public bathrooms and how we can safely operate those and procedures and schedules that we can work with. I'm also working this week to set up a meeting with the local banks to talk about similar things that we've talked about with other businesses, safe procedures, cleaning procedures, restrooms, lobbies, those type of things. I also want to thank the schools, Susan and Kenneth and everyone else involved for all their hard work and planning on graduation. It's very important, and I'm happy that we have such good leaders over there, and just want to thank them. That's about it for my update. I'll toss it to Glenn. If there's anything else Town of Ridgway needs, please let me know or let Preston know. I'll throw it to Glenn.
Tanner,
Go ahead.
Can I ask you a question, Tanner?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's Eric here. Just on the testing, when you're talking about the antibody testing, you're talking about IgG or IgM positive tests.
So one was an IgM test positive,
Okay.
and one was an IgG. And the
Okay.
IgG was followed up with a swab that was negative. So it's just one of those interesting cases. Still working with that person on that case.
And then what tests are you anticipating getting? Are you going to be doing antibody testing or PCRs?
The PCRs.
Okay, thanks.
Just to clear, what is the variance we're asking for to the 10-mile rule variance?
Good question, Beth. So essentially, we'll ask for a variance to be exempt from the 10-mile recreating portion of the order. I still need to do some research into that because the way it kind of reads to me, it says you should do these things. That word should is really key to me because it's really hard to enforce that. So I need to dig in a little bit more to see what other communities are doing around that, because part of me, feels like it's almost not needed, but the other part of me thinks that I need to look into it more because people are talking about it and the commissioners want me to look into it too. So I think it's worth for me to do more research on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the whole you should do this and also community or county of residence piece really confusing, especially if you're a resident who's staying within 10 miles of your county and going to a trailhead where there's Utah, California, Arizona, Nevada, Michigan. I'm actually speaking from experience. I saw all of these plates at trailheads last weekend. So
this would be for our residents to go.
Yeah.
10 miles. Yeah.
Well, it looks like Tanner just decided to leave, so that's cool. But did that answer your question, Beth?
Kind of. I mean, I'm still just really a little bit confused how these 10-mile orders and our reopening of lodging mesh with our governor discouraging travel, and I'm not really sure how everything jives together.
Yeah, so just to add a little more context, I know John was at the county commissioners meeting today, so he might have heard it, but there was a public comment late in the meeting, that kind of spurred the conversation again about the 10-mile thing. And it's a little just very ambiguous. Like Tanner was saying, it uses the word should. I'm not an attorney, but if there was a shall or must or something like that, then I would be of the mindset that, it would require a variance. So what Tanner's planning to do is work with Carol Viner and kind of explore if any other counties in the state are exploring seeking a variance for that. It's super hard to enforce. It's been something that Shane, Jeff Wood over in Uray, Lance Fitzgerald have all really talked about at length. And it's just apparent that that's just a very difficult item in that order, again, to enforce and circle around. So I hope that adds a little bit more context, but Tanner's going to do some research and figure out whether or not that should be included in the next variance application, and if so, how to go about getting it in there.
And Preston, if I may, on that order as well, this is Glenn, by the way. The order says Coloradans should stay, and so it singles out Coloradans as well, and so that's another issue.
That's where my issue lies. So I have restrictions. I go to my trails within 10 miles. I'm on Bear Creek coaching people out masks to a corner, and they don't live in Colorado. Like, this is gonna, I don't know. It's just, I think you're gonna see frustration from residents if it applies to them and no one else. So I appreciate the variance, but I don't know.
It just points out how complicated this whole thing is, and how, I mean, I'm feeling like the governor's office is doing the best they can, and they're doing a pretty good job, but it's getting to the point where it's really apparent that it's hard to think through all the various ripple effects and unforeseen consequences of some of these orders, and also just how they're worded is quite critical. So hopefully we can keep the feedback going both ways so that they know, and I appreciate you guys being here.
So Mayor, I was just going to circle around because I believe was it Trish who wanted to talk about the restaurant piece.
I was going to bring that up too. Yeah.
So
I'm here. Hi everyone. Thanks. So really, what kind of, I guess I'll start with the fact that I work as a program director for Weehawken Creative Arts and the Sherbino Theater, and so we have our office spaces at 610 Clinton, which is also our gallery space, and then of course we operate the Sherbino on Clinton Street as well. And as we've kind of been mulling over what this summer is going to look like for us and for our neighboring businesses, we really started kind of talking about that ideally, specifically when you look at like Provisions or Colorado Boy or Crumb, they're such small business spaces that with the current and probably upcoming restaurant restrictions, when you think about a 30% seating capacity in those small spaces, it's basically not even a reality for those businesses to operate with that kind of plan. So what we thought is, is there a solution to this, which would be closing either all, like both directions of traffic, just half of Clinton Street, so just from like the alley to the corner of Colorado Boy. That way the alleyways could still be used for deliveries, trash pickup. People could access that alley parking lot to Kate's Place as needed. But that space, which is already pretty limited, there's only like 3 parking spots there, could just be used to extend space. And so with that, we kind of came up with 2 concepts, one of which would be that it becomes kind of a communal dining collective space. It's pretty common in Denver, where restaurants are set up kind of almost in stalls and there's a collective communal dining space. And I think that would be a great plan if it looks like restaurants are not going to be able to offer table service, that it's not feasible, or that their employees don't feel safe, or that a number of things, or depending on the health orders themselves. If it remains that it's only to go and restaurants can't open, it would be really cool to have a space where, families could still get food to go, dine, get to go drinks, which is a big income stream for restaurants, is those sales. And so what that would look like probably is looking at some sort of town granted special liquor license that would encompass that space, so that like Colorado Boy wouldn't have to make sure that their beer was staying within this table, but this one, kind of be more communal. The other option, second option, would be to look at just extending each personal business's space out further into the street, so they just would be able to have more outdoor seating, which seems more feasible with what we're seeing health-wise. A lot of reports saying that outdoors is much lower risk. That would alleviate some things, like having to figure out a communal restroom or porta potty situation. But of course, it all depends, A, on what the health orders are, B, on what the town feels comfortable granting, and then of course we'd have to come together as businesses on the block and make a determination of what we could manage, like what makes more sense for us financially, for everyone financially, and for the safety of employees. So realistically, what we're kind of looking for at the moment is a thumbs up from the town to explore this idea. And so basically what we would like to know is if the town and the town council is open to us putting together probably 2 proposals, taking into account whatever health orders come out on May 25th. If the reality is, if Preston says, that we can't make that work, or if the town says, you know what, we don't feel like this is a good choice, then there's no point in us expending time and energy and getting these businesses together. But if town is open to us putting the work into it, we'd really like to explore some more defined proposals.
Yeah, thanks, Trish. Let me jump in and just say, Tricia and Ashley brought this to me probably 2 weeks or more ago. I mentioned it to Preston. Preston and I have been talking about it, and Tricia and Ashley and I have continued to email back and forth. My guess is that we're all open to the concept and the possibility. At this point, if we wanted to do it before June 1st, it would require another variance request. And I think we all know how this variance thing has kind of blown up in the governor's face, and all of a sudden they're overwhelmed with variance requests. And I think they're probably kind of wishing they hadn't have created that option. But bottom line is, I guess is that there would be consensus to look into this option really seriously, start trying to do some planning for how it would look, and just be with the idea that we're as prepared as we can be when the option becomes a true option. Tammy, I got to say, I see your hand up, so we'll let you say something here in a second. Definitely, and actually, why don't you go ahead? We'll take your comments on this. I'm sure you want to weigh in. Go ahead.
Did I accomplish unmuting?
Yep.
Awesome. So I think we are all certainly trying to think outside the box and how to survive. I certainly feel the challenges of bigger businesses, small businesses. There's pros and cons both ways. I think that when I talk to my insurance company about liability, the idea of closing off a street, because it can't just be for Clinton, because that would be very narrow-minded for it to only be restaurants on that street. Just saying.
Well, let me just throw in that I meant to say that when they brought this to me, I said, of course we have to figure out another option for other businesses not on Clinton Street. My idea was to kind of cordon off a corner of the park across from True Grit and near 8066, potential for the ice cream shop as well, and try and do the same sort of thing in that corner of the park. So that's what I was thinking. I meant to mention that before, sorry.
That's no problem. But when I talked to my insurance company, because I'd heard this idea floated when I talked to somebody a couple days ago, and I believe it was Don Batchelder, and I was talking to him, brought it up. My insurance company is not enthusiastic about a common area where they have, because you think about our liability side for liquor and what they hold us to the standard on that. You think about what they hold us to as far as food poisoning or any other things getting out there. I encourage you guys to consider that in the work that's created, and let us each create our own spaces controlled for kind of liquor enforcement areas for our own stuff. Like for me, it would be 2 or 3 parking lot spaces in front of the restaurant. And then for potentially for Eatery 66, and I haven't talked to them, but they could go outside of kind of more along the edge of their property areas. But you're going to run into an insurance issue liability wise when you start having all of our stuff go off premises with liquor involved. I just want to throw that out there. Not that I want to ruin it. I just want to tell you the other side of the story.
No, it's very helpful.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think we would have the ability, for any of those restaurants to probably temporarily, most of those places have liquor license extends outside their footprint. And we would have the ability to probably extend that into a defined area if we needed to. So that could address some of Tammy's liability concerns.
Yeah, I think a little bit of this is going to have to be, fortunately, we don't have a ton of staff, but we're not giant to do a little bit of negotiation in terms of, Tammy, what is your insurance going to allow? I mean, one of the things that I noted when Trish was speaking was, you have a common area, who is sanitizing tables between groups? I know that has been my concern with the table outside of Crumb. No one is, you're not really supposed to be eating there, but people are eating there. So is it getting sanitized? Is that on the list? So one of I think that's part of the discussion between different businesses. Clinton Street is kind of a special situation because there are so many businesses in that single area. It sounds like you guys are communicating, Trish, and kind of looking at those pieces. But, just really keeping track of the fact that people are used to when they sit down, their table is clean and ready for them. And common spaces that may or may not be the case.
If I can interject real quick, I think it was Preston I was chatting with, and I'm like you guys, I've been in so many meetings that I don't know who I talked to at this point. But maybe it wasn't him, I don't know, but we had talked about state liquor license, and I brought that up because I've gotten 2 phone calls with over the phone inspections of them just trying to make sure we're following protocol with taping the containers, explaining to people the laws and not open carry, open container and all that kind of stuff. One of the things I know that I've done in the past when I used to have liquor license in the courtyard in the Decker building or in Rob's at Timber Creek's place is you can certainly expand your footprint for your liquor license attached to your business. And we have the opportunity with the town creating a variance for not by each, but if we all submit that y'all could pass it as a whole so it's not brain damage. Those of us that wanted to expand, and you could create a 30-day variance or whatever it may be and be able to renew it without the state per se getting involved. And one of the officials had told me this, but I am not smart enough to go talk to them that way. Pam could probably research that for you, but that you guys could control a lot of that without it being a state issue if you guys allowed the variance for 30 days or 60 days. So something for you guys to consider, but I agree with Beth tremendously. If we're worried about, for the lack of a better term, passing cooties, we have to make sure that we can control how we clean that area. And I don't love the idea of a common area as a restaurant owner and somebody who's very OCD about cleanliness, not remotely interested in that.
Can I just, I'll throw in that, I didn't want to go too far into detail because like I said, everything is pretty in motion, but the communal idea is more a concept if restaurants really can't reopen in any meaningful way, and basically creating almost just what the park is now, but creating another place where people can go and eat. Everything would be in to-go containers, disposable utensils. And I mean, I guess to some extent we've talked about if it's a communal space, either sharing or pitching in towards a staff person who would be essentially out there sanitizing tables between use, recommended time limits, things of that nature. So it's things we've thought about, and I mean, ideally would be for each restaurant to extend further out in front of their space and be able to offer table service because servers are going without income. But if we can't do that, we have no idea what the May 25th orders are going to look like and whether they let us move forward or continue to keep us at kind of a standstill on dining, then I think, you know, it would be nice. It would bring back some community feel to have some sort of space. But I do think, yeah, these are all definitely considerations and ones that we'll have a lot more clarity on once business owners can meet and talk through what they're willing to do, what they feel up to, what they can take on financially and time-wise. So all things, but just kind of wanting to not get too stuck on one concept, and if it doesn't work with the health orders, to just give it up. I don't want to do that. So we're kind of trying to come up with plan A, B, and C.
Yeah.
So, Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead, Preston.
Yeah, thank you. So all great ideas. I think I said that earlier, and I love the outside the box thinking. I'd love Tanner and Glenn to pipe in with kind of their perspective on this whole thing. But first, I mean, it seems to me all of councils, I didn't see a bunch of heads nodding, but it looked like folks were kind of in agreement about exploring this further to see how we could make this happen if the appropriate time comes. Thumbs
Yes.
up might work. I saw John do one. I see.
I think we're
smiles, maybe.
so lucky that we're going into our nice weather season.
Yeah.
I think, we really need to think about, like Trish mentioned, the community feel, even distanced in that space. This could be this thing we didn't foresee when we went through Streetscape and all of our businesses took hits then. If we can use that streetscape to give them a little something now, I think that would be really wonderful.
Yeah, I think that's great. And there's obviously a lot to work through, but I'm hearing what you all are saying in that regard. Just to kind of go back real quick, right now we're precluded from doing anything like that. So Tanner or even Glenn, is this something, this conversation and these types of details for both municipalities, something that you all, or I shouldn't say you all, but you, Tanner, perhaps might need to work into that variance request for the restaurant sector?
Yeah, hey everyone, it's Tanner. Sorry about that earlier. Yeah, I think I'll have to work that into the variance. I can call the state health department, their retail food team tomorrow, or yeah, probably have to be tomorrow, and talk to them about it to see what's going on, if other people are doing that. I'm totally willing to work with everyone and make it happen safest way we can, if that's what the liquor authorities wanted to do. But from my perspective, I'm willing to do the work that it takes to make it happen and see what else other communities are doing around it.
Great.
And then, Mayor, if I may, I know Glenn had some updates he wanted to give, maybe outside the realm of this conversation, but I just wanted to mention that.
Sure. Go ahead, Glenn.
All right. To your question, Preston, about how I feel about this as well, I would totally agree. I think we will be wearing my other hat as Uray City Council member. We'll be having this exact same conversation for the city of Uray as well. So I think it's probably prudent to add that into that variance, Tanner. As far as my updates go, I do just kind of want to throw out there, I know everyone realizes it, but this, as the sun comes out and the weather's changing, this virus is still here, and want to make sure folks are paying attention to what they're doing, being out in public. Just yesterday, I had someone try and hug me at the post office, and it's just, I'm not comfortable with that myself. I just want to let folks know that, still abide by that social distancing, wearing your masks. Again, just throw out there that the businesses have every right to enforce a no mask, no service rule, and please abide by that. The only other things I want to throw out there is we are continually meeting with our regional partners, and there is a new website set up for folks to go to. It's westslopeinfo.com, and that's all things non-fire related that's going on, like COVID and things like that. So that's been developed, and then there's a westsslopefireinfo.com that will talk about when fire bans are issued, when or when not fire bans are issued, and things like that. So the only other thing I would throw out there is just to remind folks we have that COVID I can't talk tonight, sorry. That COVID hotline, 626-5484. When questions come up, please push that out as much as you want. We want to take those questions off of the elected officials and off of Unified Command. So 626-5484. So those are the updates I have, Kristen. Thank you.
Thanks, Glenn.
Thank you, Glenn.
So I guess I'd say, just to summarize, that a couple things. I think there's consensus here to continue to explore ways we could do some creative thinking and make some outdoor space available for restaurants and bars and stuff that need to be able to do their business. And I'm almost thinking that well, I'll put it this way. I would volunteer to be on sort of a Zoom committee with the gals from Chirpin-Weehawken, Tammy, if you have time to be involved, and then anyone else that wants to be involved, and we could meet once a week to talk about this and explore options. That's one solution I throw out. And then I don't know if anybody else has any. Actually, I see Sue Hush has her hand up. Go ahead, Sue. We'll unmute you in a second. Go ahead. You might need to unmute yourself at this point. There you go. Whoop. Try again.
Now and now. Thank
Now,
you.
now you're on. Go for it.
Now and really now. I just wanted to add that a little extra space, even just to get our tables to the 6-foot rule, would be super helpful. You know, all of us, Tammy and, you know, Crum and Provisions and Kate's, we need a little extra space just to get those tables 6 feet apart. And that, I think, is within the rule. So a little extra space would really buy us a lot of flexibility and would be really appreciated.
I agree. I don't think you'll find any disagreement here. I mean, to put it clearly and simply, Ridgway Town Council wants to do anything we can to help our local businesses get through this, and we're going to have to be creative, and we're going to have to be innovative to do it, I believe. So I like the discussion, and we'll just have to keep looking for ways to make it work.
Well, we really appreciate that, and also the team effort. You know, I feel like it's going to take all of us to get this done, and it's really great that we're all able to talk it through and work through the details, and that's definitely the Ridgway approach for sure. So thanks, guys.
Absolutely.
Hey, John, this is Terry. This is probably nipping at the fringes a little bit, but today 6 feet becomes 60 feet in about a half a second with the wind. So I'm not sure if that's a consideration until the season changes a little bit. But of course, that being outdoors, everything diffuses more. But
that's what I was going to say. I think that the main thing is that if the wind's howling, those little microparticles are probably flying past you so fast you're not even.
They bounce off of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, not to like get in the weeds of viral load necessary to infect and whatnot, but
oh, please do.
I'll share with you all my email me or find me on Facebook or whatever if you want my Google Doc where I keep track of all the studies that I have read or mean to read.
It's crazy. The information overload is mind-boggling, I find.
Yeah, which is why it's like, please find me the journal article. I do not want the MSN take on my journal article. So That's what I've got for you.
But I mean, I think the thing, like I tried to say in my mayor's letter this week, is it's really about exposure combined with time. And that's why being indoors for any length of time without some protection is so critically an issue. And that brings me to another question I wanted to ask council, and that's if or when or if you guys think we should consider possibly having passing an ordinance requiring masks indoors for businesses around town. I know that's a really controversial topic right now, but my God, to me, it's a matter of life and death. And if we can save a life by requiring people to wear masks indoors in public spaces, I think it's worth doing. Now, Tammy, I saw you had your hand up there and just went away, so I don't want you to be discouraged. Put it back up and we'll bring you back in if you want to weigh in on the restaurant space issue again. But does anybody on council have a take on, I mean, I'd like to avoid having to do that as much as possible. I'd like to work on education and focus on, compliance that's voluntary, not mandatory. That's what I'm looking for. But what do you guys think?
I mean,
Go ahead.
I have two thoughts. One, enforcement is always the concern in Ridgway. And two, I'm all for it because education only goes so far and failed education leaves our vulnerable at risk.
And, you're right, John. I mean, it's, contact within 6 feet, more than about 10 minutes really puts anybody, high risk or low risk, at risk for catching the virus. I'm with you though. I'm a little bit reluctant to want to sort of do a mandatory thing, just as Beth says, it's hard to enforce. But I think we really need to push the issue. And I would hope the local businesses particularly, I mean, I think we can do it like town hall. I think we say, you don't wear a mask, you can't come in town hall, period. And I think if local businesses have to look at their own level of comfort about this, and like Camelot and Montrose pretty much says, if you don't have a mask, don't come in. And they've actually had people coming to the door and yelling at them about the whole thing. But it makes some sense. I mean, we require every person that walks in the medical center in Telluride to wear a mask. If you don't bring one, here's one. So I think it makes sense to really push the issue. Do we want to do an emergency ordinance and make it mandatory? I don't know. I mean, the ordinance Telluride just passed sunsets on June 2nd. So it's sort of like, why are you bothering?
Right.
But,
so I like the comments we've had so far. If anybody else wanted to weigh in, but let's not go that route. Let's try and make sure we work the education route. I can't remember if it was the Med Center or San Miguel Health. They sent an email about a week ago, maybe less, with some attachments that were actually these really cool infographics talking about masks, and they were branded for San Miguel County, and I forwarded them to Jennifer, the PIO here in Uriah County, to see if she could reach out to San Miguel and see if we could piggyback on those and rebrand them for Uriah County. But they're just.
I think the idea on all this is you plagiarize that stuff easily and well these days.
Okay.
So I don't think anybody has any. I don't think anybody has any. Big
worries about that.
Big worries about that. So.
One sign that I saw that seemed like a natural extension is no shirt, no shoes, no entry. People got used to that pretty easily. You add no mask, no entry to that same sign.
Right.
And I think it sends a pretty powerful message, whether it's enforceable or not. But the problem I have with not requiring it is that, you have 5 people in an establishment wearing a mask, one person comes in without it, destroys the efficacy of all the other 5 wearing the mask,
right.
Or at least significantly reduces the efficacy of it. So it's almost silly not to require it in my mind, as much as it's a freedom thing and all
the thing is though, like
tailcoats to it.
The thing is, there's such a high level of asymptomatic infection. Like the science is pretty unequivocal on that.
Yeah.
So I mean, to me, the whole I'm healthy. Like there are a lot of other things you can't do because they put other people at risk. Or things you have to do because if you didn't, they would put other people at risk. So controversial, maybe. Is it data-based, backed? I mean, I feel pretty confident in that piece.
I would agree with you.
We're talking about welcoming, well, not welcoming, but we're opening.
We are though.
Taking crazy pills. We are all gonna get sick. Sorry, I feel like I'm alone on this island. I understand that everyone's going broke and it sucks, but if we have people coming in from Houston and from Scottsdale and from LA and from New York, there's going to be virus all over every surface on this town. I mean, maybe I'm misunderstanding it. So
no.
you think, and we're getting people from wildly different contexts in terms of what they're hearing from their governors about masks. And so I do think we definitely want to be educating visitors, right? That there are 0 ventilators in this county. There is no hospital in this county. Please wear a mask so that you don't kill us all. Sorry.
So
I don't
that's
think
okay.
I'm sorry.
So that, Tessa, I think that you're right. The reality is that as the economy starts to open up, whether it's in Uray County or San Miguel or Montrose or any other state, we're going to see more virus. The idea is that if people can do stuff safe enough, wearing masks, keeping good social distancing, continue to do good hand hygiene and everything else, hopefully we keep the number of cases down to 2 or 3 a day in a given community instead of 10 to 20 to 50. And at a low rate of infection, you're going to not overwhelm the healthcare system. So the new reality is that we're going to see a lot more cases, and particularly as hopefully more testing becomes available, we're really going to see a lot more cases because we'll be able to identify them a lot easier. But the idea is hopefully not a lot of those people are going to get super ill, not require hospitalization, isolate at home for 14 days, and then off into the world they go, hopefully. So, and Beth's right. The data that's out, the current data that's out there suggests that somewhere between 40 and 50% of people that have the virus are totally asymptomatic ever. And the majority of people who even have the virus and become symptomatic are probably shedding virus for 2 to 3 days ahead of symptoms.
Maybe it's partly in the approach, and I'll share an anecdote here in a moment, but I'll share it now. I had a lot next to my house, and I put no trespassing signs on it because the kids kept trampling through and disturbing the dogs, and nobody paid any attention to it. Then I went out and modified the sign that said, "Please, no trespassing," and all of a sudden it shut down. So what if we were to put a big mask on our town sign and say, "Please wear a mask while you're in our town," and make it more of appealing to their sensibilities rather than coming down and saying, "We require that you do this because we're Ridgway." So it might just be in the way that we approach it. Maybe we fund town-sponsored signs that we give out to each of the establishments that says, "We encourage you, please wear a mask in this establishment." So we take the onus off of the vendor, off of the proprietor, and we sort of make it a town rallying call rather than a requirement.
Yeah,
I like the idea of that.
I like that.
It's a good idea.
And
And Montrose has got a good set of signs out right now that essentially it's 2 people with a couple of arrows. It says, "My mask protects you and your mask protects me." It's a pretty simple infographic message, and they've got pretty sizable banners in a lot of different places around town right now. So might be something
Make a
else.
banner that looks like a mask and wrap it around our sign at the park.
Yeah, and I would say that, just like it has been said with reopening, if we're seeing a large level of non-compliance with masks, if we're hearing from business owners that people are trying to place orders or do pickups, we're gonna require them. That's the thing. I think I'm willing to say let's try some kind approaches. But if what I see on the internet, because I try not to go out much, if what I see on the internet is an example, actually what I've seen in Uray trying to hike, requiring might be something we need to consider. Just because there are a lot of people coming in from out of state, and Bo's got his hand raised, so he probably has something to say about that. So I don't know. I don't think we should rule it out. I'm willing to try kind, but I'm skeptical.
I see Glenn has his hand raised. Bo, did you want to give Bo?
I just wanted to weigh in. We've developed both ordinances and resolutions, resolutions in support of wearing face coverings, and then ordinances requiring the same. So to the extent that we got direction from council, we're happy to prepare. Frankly, we'd be happy to prepare both and allow for council to debate the merits, or if you want to start with a resolution encouraging, or start with an ordinance. We've developed those materials for other clients, and we'd be happy to help out.
I love the idea of a resolution encouraging. I think that's kind of walking the line between the kind encouragement and the requiring. I think that's a really
signals
good idea.
we would go that way if, you know.
Yeah, especially if the resolution includes the whereases that we've all been discussing, which is, you know, just how many people are asymptomatic and how clear the data and the science is that if everybody wears a mask, if in an indoor space, everyone is way safer.
And a function of respect. I mean, when somebody's wearing a mask near me, I realize that they respect me. And so that's part of the message. And part of the message that we do as a town to visitors is we respect your health. Therefore, please wear a mask.
And respect ours, yeah.
You know, you can develop all kinds of, you know, softer messages.
I mean, just to throw this out there, BMJ Journal, their take on this, what was the date on this article? Beginning of April was like, in the face of a pandemic, the search for perfect evidence may be the enemy of good policy. It's the time to act without waiting for randomized controlled trial evidence. So let's try the gentle approach and reserve the right to take a more stringent approach.
Is there consensus on that on the resolution?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I agree with that.
Okay.
So this is going to go on for another 18 to 24 months till we get a good vaccine. So this is not ending at the end of summer.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of like, please don't make us have to require this.
Quick question. So is the kind approach just a communication push around masks, including a resolution encouraging the wearing of masks for council consideration?
Yes.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And I don't know if
Beth, was there something else?
I think John, go ahead, John. I think we're on the same page.
Yeah, I just, if we want to do a resolution, is that something we probably can't throw it together tonight? We probably need a special meeting or something to do that, or what?
Yeah, we didn't notice it. I mean, arguably, you are still in the declaration of a local disaster, but I think it's a cleaner approach if you have something that's considered, and we can make another way of education is having it before the public and having these discussions and incorporating some of the recitals.
Okay.
You know, this plays into what I want to talk about later, but what if we found a way to fund providing masks? What if we put out public, like a free box, if you will, but with approved masks at various locations, you know, that are common locations around the town? I mean, I don't know how much it would cost to do that, or if it's even possible, or if it's a liability issue. But
yeah, the part is I don't think we want to be doing something that we're officially providing masks, because then there's a huge liability issue. That'd be my guess. I think there's plenty of people, if we just, you know, there's plenty of people making cloth masks. In fact, Tanner in a meeting earlier today said we actually should be using different terminology. We should be talking face covering versus actual masks. Masks technically are N95s, and face covering is actually what we're talking about. But I'm not sure we want to get into actually officially providing them from a town standpoint.
Well, that's a good point. So we should change the term to face covering then.
Yeah,
even in
that and this came up at Uray's economic development piece, and this is a place where our business community can help us support them. Some of those people making masks are really looking to reach out to businesses, you know, if that means that, you know, local businesses can have masks that can be either by donation or for purchase. So they're accessible if people are unaware and have forgotten, and selling them as face coverings. Just really working with that business community to make sure the excuse of, oh, I don't have them, I forgot, you know, addressing that is important.
Yeah, even if there's signage pointing out which vendors in town carry them. You know, you can purchase them here.
Is making them, and Erie 66 is selling those. Glenn's had his hand up for a while. Glenn, what you want to throw something in here?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to throw out, you guys were talking about banners. just so you are aware, we do have our PIOs working on a banner for Falin Park, Ridgway Town Park, and as you enter in Kelowna, that gives a lot of guidelines on, not a lot, but some guidelines on washing your hands, wearing face coverings, things like that, kind of a lot like Montrose County signs. So just so you guys know, we are working on that for Ridgway Town Park as we speak.
Good. That's great. Thanks, Glenn.
Good.
So it sounds like there's consensus to do a resolution, but we'll probably need to have Bo draft that for us and do a quick special meeting, maybe first of next week. Preston, do you have any thoughts? Or Bo?
What we'll do is we'll get it together, and then I think maybe later we can talk about if there's anything else that comes up, and you guys can talk about getting it on the a calendar for a special meeting if needed.
Okay, that's great. Anything else on this item? Preston, you got anything else on this, or?
I don't think so. Thanks for letting us give that like the whole COVID-19 update. I think Bo just kind of summarized the direction there for the masks and face coverings.
I see Tanner's got his hand up again. Unmute yourself.
Hey everyone, can you hear me?
Yep.
I just wanted to say thank you. I really admire the conversation and the respect you guys have for each other, and just great conversations and great thought processes you guys are having. Just really appreciate it, and you're all on the right track. Terry's right, Beth's right, Eric's right, Tessa's right. Like everyone is right there. So I just want to say thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Tanner. I know you've been
Right on.
keeping us safe and working like a dog. You too, Glenn and Preston.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Glenn and Tanner, you guys deserve huge thanks because you're putting in countless hours, and it's really, really appreciated.
Count them for that emergency reimbursement.
That's right. And let me just say one more time, Tammy, I saw your hand up there for a second and then you disappeared. I'd give you one last chance to weigh in if you had something. If not, we can talk offline. And I talked about a committee to continue to pursue options for this creative approach to restaurants having space outside. I'm going to reach out to basically all the businesses in town that I think would want to be involved, and we might get a larger group together. So we'll see where that goes, but I'm excited about the possibilities. So it sounds like we're done on that one. So the next item, and Paul Reich, thank you for being so patient while we're dealing with this thing ahead of you on the agenda. But the next item on the agenda is item number 7, proclamation declaring May 2020 is Mental Health Awareness Month. And we have Paul Reich from Tri-County Health Network here to talk to us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I echo Tanner's comments. You guys are a very thoughtful group, and I'm actually enjoying this new Zoom way to do it. I can stay home and ride my bike, my trainer, and participate in the meeting without getting in my car. So I'm not in any hurry to go back to the old ways. But you know, I think it's apropos, or perhaps sadly, that Mental Health Awareness Month falls in the middle of a worldwide pandemic. I think we all know the stresses in our communities, from anxiety, depression, fear of the unknown, loss of jobs. And so I'm thankful that you're taking this opportunity to recognize the month. I do want to mention, you know, there are some resources out in the community. We have teletherapy through Tri-County Health Network that we're able to offer to individuals to talk to a licensed therapist. We also have an online guide on our website for individuals to be able to find a therapist. And then there's the Center for Mental Health support line at 252-6220. So I would encourage community members to call that line if they just need somebody to talk to and need some help and to get through a tough time. And then lastly, and it's not really related, but it is related to some degree to mental health, and that's your Uray Community Response Fund. I've been on a lot of calls with John over the last month, and I just want to say thank you to your community, because you're helping an awful lot of people who otherwise wouldn't be able to pay rent this month or mortgage payment or a car payment. And we're at Tri-County, we're working with the funders to administer that program. And as of last Friday, we had given about $90,000 out to community members. So it's incredible to see that. And I know a lot of people have been helped by that. So that's all I had to say. I just wanted to make sure that people did recognize that it's Mental Health Month. And even though we're 6 feet apart, or we may be talking via Zoom, reach out to people, check on your neighbors, make sure people are doing okay. Just ask them how you're doing, and that's one of the most important things we can remember in this time of social distancing. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members.
Thanks, Paul. That's great reminder. And Preston's bringing up the official proclamation that we have on our agenda tonight, which I'm very excited to be having us vote on. As somebody who is quite honestly struggled with depression on and off for a good portion of my life, I know all too well the challenges of mental health, and it's really important that we destigmatize mental health issues. They're not something that we should be sliding under the rug or hiding away. They're awkward to talk about. It's really important that we, now more than ever, as Paul said, that we look out for our neighbors and our friends and make sure everybody's getting the help they need. These are tough times. So as I said, we've got this official proclamation in front of us, and I'll just go ahead and read the proclamation. It's not that long. Whereas mental health is essential to everyone's overall health and well-being, and whereas all Americans experience times of difficulty and stress in their lives, and whereas prevention is an effective way to reduce the burden of mental health conditions, and whereas there are practical tools that all people can use to improve their mental health and increase resiliency, whereas mental health conditions are real and prevalent in our nation, especially now, and whereas with effective treatment, those individuals with mental health and other chronic health conditions can recover and lead full, productive lives, and whereas each business, school, government agency, healthcare provider, organization, and citizen share the burden of mental health problems and have a responsibility to promote mental wellness and support prevention efforts, therefore we, the Ridgway Town Council, do hereby proclaim May 2020 as Mental Health Awareness Month. Now, therefore, as the Town Council, we also call upon the citizens, government agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools in the town of Ridgway to recommit our community to increasing awareness and understanding of mental health, the steps our citizens can take to protect their mental health, and the need for appropriate and accessible services for all people with mental health conditions. And this will be proclaimed this 13th day of May, 2020, after we vote on it. Is there any comments or questions, or somebody want to make a motion?
I move to adopt the proclamation declaring May 2020 as Mental Health Awareness Month.
Second.
Seconded by everyone. I love it. And roll call vote, please, Pam.
Councilors Cheek,
Aye.
Brambley,
Aye.
Lakin,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Schuyler,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Great, passes unanimously. Thanks, everybody. It's a big deal. And thank you, Bo and Preston, for putting this together, and thank you, Paul, for being here to help talk about why this is as important as it is. And so that will take us to policy matters. We've got a number of things tonight in front of us, some of them quite big. So that takes us to item number 9, technically, review and action pertaining to order extending the declaration of local disaster in and for the town of Ridgway related to the COVID-19 pandemic. Preston.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Sorry. So based on, can you see the screen?
Yep.
Okay. So based on the outlook of the pandemic, staff is recommending the council consider approving the attached order that would extend the declaration of a local disaster to June 11th of 2020, which is the day after the next council meeting. And it's in line with what other communities are doing, again, just based on the pandemic outlook.
Great. Thanks. Does anybody have any questions on this? Anybody in the audience want to weigh in? I should have said that about the last item, but any comments from the audience on this? Seeing none, is there a motion?
I move to approve the order extending the declaration of a local disaster in and for the town of Ridgway.
I second it.
Nice work, Tessa. Motion made by Russ, seconded by Tessa. And roll call vote, please.
Officers Cheek,
Aye.
Grambley,
Aye.
Lakin,
Aye.
Iyer,
Aye.
Schuyler,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Thank you, everybody. Another unanimous approval. That takes us to the new item 10, emergency ordinance adopting temporary amendments to zoning regulations relating to temporary signage. Preston.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So this, before you, is an emergency ordinance that would temporarily adopt amendments to the town's sign regulations in an attempt to relax signage requirements for lawfully operating businesses until September 13th. The motivation for this is some input we received at some of the recent business sector meetings that we were talking about earlier that Unified Command and mainly Tanner and Glenn spearheaded. And there's also some communities around the state that have already relaxed signage regulations to help out the business community for the time being, just given everything going on with the pandemic. On a normal day, a business would have to apply for a sign permit before installing a portable sign within town right away. This would waive that need for a sign permit application to be submitted to the town with the applicable fee, and then needing staff to review that application. So that's essentially what it is. Happy to answer any questions.
I think it sounds like a great idea. No, we just came up with this conversation of wanting, more education around mask wearing, the potential that people will be doing maybe some table service outdoors or only pickup. I mean, there's a lot of kind of education and communication burden on our businesses right now. And so I think to give them some flexibility with signage to do that communication seems like a good idea. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, any other comments? Anybody in the audience want to weigh in on this one? Seeing none. Yeah, I would just also agree that this is another great example of what we're trying to do to help our businesses in this incredibly challenging time. So that's it. It's a good one. Someone might want to make a motion?
I move approve emergency ordinance number 2020-02, an emergency ordinance to the town of Ridgway, Colorado, adopting temporary amendments to the sign regulations.
I'll second.
Motion's made by Russ, seconded by Beth. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Counselors Cheek,
Aye.
Grambley,
Aye.
Lakin,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Schuyler,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Great, another unanimous vote. Thank you. Hopefully this will give our local businesses a little bit more of a leg up. And that brings us to first really large item on our agenda tonight, which is the new item 11, introduction of an ordinance revising sections 6-3, 6-6, 7-3, and 8-3 of the municipal code regarding housing affordability. And I hope that you guys saw the, Terry and I were talking when he got on about how just giant the packet was this week and
yeah.
this month. And I sent around an email notifying everybody earlier this afternoon that we'd broken out these next two items into individual documents so that you could handle them a little easier on your devices. So just remind you again that those are in Dropbox. But Shay, are you ready to take this away?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm sorry for the big packet. Part of the part of the reasoning for the extra large packet is that There's first a memo in the packet that kind of explains everything. So those first like 10 pages is really the kind of meat of the information. And then there's track changes versions of all of these code sections. And then there's an ordinance that's just a couple of pages, but then a clean version of all of the code sections. So hopefully that was somewhat clear, but a lot of the information is repeated. So apologies for that, but this is a big deal. We've been planning on doing this and working on it for a long time with the Planning Commission. So I'm gonna kind of go through this memo just to be sure we're all on the same page. This is going to be our 5th public meeting to discuss this item. We started in early January and have had a number of meetings since then, mostly with the Planning Commission, but we've also had one Planning Commission and Town Council joint workshop where we had a lot of the public involved, and luckily we were fortunate enough to do that before we were all at our computers, so we got to do that in person. The details of all of those meetings and stuff are in the memo if you want them. But at the most recent Planning Commission meeting, which was just April 28th, the commission recommended that these code updates are ready for council. There were a few last items that we weren't totally finalized on, and I will go through those and bring them up today as items of discussion for council to kind of weigh in on. We had really good direction, but the Planning Commission didn't get to see like the exact language on those items. So without getting too much into the background, we've been kind of wanting to do this as a town for a very long time. But what really had solidified us wanting to do this is some of the action items in our master plan. So those are outlined in the memo specifically if anybody is interested. But we have, housing, affordable housing is a huge topic in our community and basically every community in the US right now. And there's a lot of different approaches and things we can do to address housing. We're doing a lot. We're going to, we're working on space to create and actually building a project. We're working on all sorts of stuff, but updating our codes so that people can actually have more flexibility and build more on less land can really help. So that's what these code updates are all about. Clary and Associates, who led our master planning process, was our consultant on this project. So we hired them to help lead this. They are zoning experts around not only Colorado, but our country. They rewrite codes for places like Philadelphia. So we're pretty lucky to have worked with them and have their expertise on this project and help inform us of kind of our options. So I am going to go through the kind of summary of proposed code updates. And before I get into that, there are 4 different code sections that we are proposing to amend with this. 2 of them are fairly significant amendments. That's our single family home design standards, which is 6.6, and our zoning code, which is 7.3. We also have changes proposed for, 6.3, and 8.3 of our municipal code. Both of those sections have a lot to do with mobile homes or manufactured homes. And through our zoning code, I'll go over it, but we have clarified some definitions around mobile homes, manufactured homes, and factory-built structures. Our code hadn't really contemplated this innovation that has come about in the last, 15 years. Where homes can be built in the country, but they're not just single wide trailers anymore. They're a lot different, and they can look like a stick site built home. So those are the changes in those other code sections, and I won't really go into detail on those. For our town councilors who were at the workshop on February 10th, I've tried to note the changes from the version that you saw on February 10th. With green italics. So hopefully that is helpful and not more confusing, but there is a lot to keep track of here. So tried to make that a little bit easier. Hopefully it didn't complicate it. So starting with general edits, we did a lot of kind of things around consistency, organization, formatting, deleting some repetitive language, just kind of general cleanup. So I won't talk about those much, except that if you're wondering why maybe a word changed or we decided to hyphenate something or not, that might be why. Just a good opportunity to clean things up while we are in here and doing code updates. So in terms of changes to the zoning regulations, we did a lot with definitions. So our current code only defines single family, duplex, and multifamily. And multifamily is everything with 3 units and above. So we added a lot of definitions into the code, including some development types. So we added triplex, fourplex, live work, single family, employee housing, major additions, things like that. We also clarified some definitions because what we had was really simple, which is fine, but by adding definitions for terms, we're then able to add them, which you'll see in the next section. We added them as allowed uses or conditional uses by in different zoning districts. So instead of the low density residential district only allowing single family homes, we added duplexes, cluster development dwellings, and townhouses up to 2 dwellings. So that's kind of an exciting item. And I'm going to bounce back once to the definition section. The mobile and manufactured thing, I won't go into much detail, but I'm happy to answer questions on it. We had a somewhat dated definition of a mobile home. And what we have done is trying to really clarify that. So a manufactured home is now generally what is considered a HUD home. Our Department of Housing and Urban Development will provide homes and they stamp them. They put a little plaque in the home that says we agree that this meets our standards and is safe to live in. And those are somewhat protected by fair housing and they are allowed in certain areas of town. We have added a definition of factory-built housing. And so those are things that are, some people say they're manufactured because they are manufactured in a off-site facility and then brought in to town, but we are calling those factory-built houses now. So there's a lot of clarification in there that I think helps and adds some flexibility to our code. And Mayor, I might ask if you have a preference on kind of doing Q&A with town council as we go through each section, or if you'd rather me just kind of plow through it all and go back for questions.
I kind of think it makes sense to do it section by section. What do you guys think?
Yep.
Yeah.
Probably easier to swallow.
Yeah, too hard to keep track of your questions if we go through everything and then have to come back.
Yeah, great. So any questions, I guess, on any of the like background information or that first kind of definitions section? All right, great. Well, that one's pretty straightforward, I think. So moving on to section 2, I am on page 3 of the memo, if anybody's following along. And this is zoning districts and uses. So I talked about it a little bit. We updated intent statements to try to better align with our master plan. And then we added different dwelling types. So for example, in the historic residential district, we now are proposing to allow townhouse dwellings up to 4 units, triplex dwellings, and fourplex dwellings as uses by right. There are dimensional standards related to that, and we'll get into that. But that's just an example of trying to be more flexible and allow more and different types of uses in these districts. Do you guys have any questions on the different uses allowed in the districts, that part 2 in the memo?
No, again, I think that was pretty straightforward.
Okay, great.
And we've seen this several times.
Yes. So section 3 is a new mixed residential district, I'm sorry. And this is really trying to implement a new kind of use in our future land use map in our master plan. This basically allows for kind of more housing types and on smaller lots and at higher densities. We're not currently proposing to rezone any land in town to this district at this point, but we would make that available so that if someone wanted to come in with a development on a lot that is zoned something else, they could say, hey, I really want to do this. Could I rezone to that district? They would just go through the rezoning process, and then they might be able to do something by right, making it a lot easier than going through a big subdivision process. Any questions on that one?
Yeah, just really quickly, Shay, is most of that MR zoning, is most of that in the FD portions of town?
It doesn't even really exist yet. It just creates a zone that people can apply
Okay.
to for.
Or, well, maybe my question is, was the intent that that most of that would be in the FD, or because when we look at what's currently available in town, in some ways there's not a lot of open land that's not sort of in the future development zones. I mean, at least in terms of large parcels.
Yeah, I think it's a good point, Eric. So on our future land use map, I'm looking at it right now, we have this orange area that is kind of mixed neighborhoods. So like the currently where we have the condos and apartments on the east side of the highway is shown as this mixed use, or this mixed neighborhood. We also have the area, basically, I think it's zoned future development, but to the west of Green Street Park and west of the River Park Industrial Park.
Yeah, yeah.
Shown as this kind of category. That's not to say like I don't know, a couple of say historic lots downtown maybe could apply to rezone for this. I don't know that would totally make sense, but
that was what I was envisioning. I just wanted to sort of clarify it a little bit. So thank you.
Any other questions on the mixed residential district? Okay, so section 4, page 4 of the memo, the dimensional standards. So we did a bit of editing here and tried to allow for smaller lots and higher lot coverages. So like smaller setbacks and stuff like that to help reduce the cost of land on a per dwelling unit basis. So we did things like edit the alley setback to 2 feet, whether it's a side or rear setback. Currently, that's only for a rear setback. We changed some lot sizes, like in the historic residential district, that you could go down to a 25-foot lot width and a 3,000 square foot lot for single family and duplexes. There was a lot of discussion about this topic specifically at the workshop, the February 10th workshop. And I inserted kind of a bunch of research and explanation in the memo to try to help answer all of those questions and concerns that came up during that meeting. And generally, in terms of setbacks, the general consensus from the public input that we've had was that there was support for reduced setbacks. So right now our setbacks are almost the same throughout the whole town. 15 in the front, 8 in the rear and the sides. There's a few variations to that, but not much. We do have a number of subdivisions in the town that already have these small setbacks, or at least one, the LaRanch subdivision. And then we also have recently approved preliminary plat for Vista Park Commons, which is a small house development, and they have 3 foot, they had proposed 3 foot setbacks. In addition, there were questions about fire safety and insurance. I think Eric, you had brought this up. Sorry if I got that wrong, but some of the information I found, it was really interesting. And I spoke with the insurance service office and a local insurance provider to try to kind of figure some of these details out. And what staff had suggested to the planning commission, and the commission really supported, was what if we require fire suppression systems in all buildings that are 5 feet or less from the property line? There's a lot of detail that went into coming up with this recommendation. But the short story was there's a cutoff kind of at 10 feet where the fire safety gets a little tricky. So if we, at that 10 feet, require a fire suppression system, that could help mitigate that. In addition, our new building codes already require fire suppression for all buildings except single family and duplexes. So that would only add that requirement for a fire suppression system for a single family home or a duplex if they chose to be 5 feet or less from their side setback. I think, and John and Tessa, you can correct me where I'm wrong, the commission kind of liked this because it provided an option to the landowner. Maybe it's worth it to them to get a couple extra feet wide on their lot and put in a fire suppression system, or maybe it's not. They can kind of narrow in their house and not do that. Do you guys, is that a fair representation?
So Shay, would they just, I mean, in terms of that, would they just, have to back their setback off to 5.5 feet?
No, the 2 foot, 2 to 5 feet setbacks would require fire suppression. When you get to 5, now you don't have to suppress, correct?
Okay.
So it's 5 feet or less, actually. So it's anything that would be, you'd have to be a little bit greater than 5 to not be in that category.
So somebody could just fudge by 6 inches on their setback and avoid doing that.
Yep.
Okay. And I guess my other question is, as part of it is we're looking at, trying to make housing a little more affordable. What kind of cost does a fire suppression system in a small single family dwelling add?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't have a number for that. I can definitely find that.
Yeah, I'm just curious. It seems like, we're trying to balance, trying to make this a little more affordable, but then at the same time, if you really want to max out those 25-foot lots, then all of a sudden you're adding the cost of a fire suppression system.
Sorry.
Eric,
So I don't know.
From Planning Commission is that some of the builder types on that particular commission said that there's now a certain kind of like wall structure that you can use that gets you over that hump and is not as expensive as, because my mind went the same place, like straight to like sprinkler system.
Yeah.
Like this is gonna suck for people. So I could be wrong, but the discussion in commission was about more like fire break walls.
Okay.
A full.
I would imagine there's some offset by adding a fire suppression, you probably reduce your long-term insurance expenses. So there may be a trade-off in there.
Well, and Eric, we're taking the trade-off, right? Where, you can maximize that space or you can go smaller,
Right. Yeah, no, it's more of an intellectual curiosity question as opposed to any criticism or anything. Just sort of like,
I totally agree.
Because my mind went to the same thing. I just immediately was going, I'm thinking sprinkler system, and I'm going, that can't be cheap.
And Shay, that's Tessa's comment was correct that it doesn't necessarily mean a sprinkler system. It can mean
good.
So no, actually, that is not correct. So currently, the building code says if you are less than 5 feet from a property line, you actually have to have a firewall. So our building codes that we've adopted already have that, and that reduces things like penetration, so windows or doors, and I don't know enough about it, but I think, that's where you see glass block in places because you can't have an opening, like an actual window that opens and closes in a firewall. So actually at 5 feet, you would be required by the building code to have that firewall anyway. And what the proposal from staff was if you are doing a single family home or a duplex and you're going to be at that 5 feet or less, you will do a fire suppression system, which I don't know that it's necessarily sprinklers. I think there's dry systems as well.
Right. Was that true?
And I don't know the cost, but I totally understand, Eric. That is a high cost. My other thought on it was, well, if you're truly trying to do something affordable, you may be building more units than 1 or 2, which already is going to require a fire suppression system.
Yeah.
So that
Okay.
would help.
Yeah, I was just, just wondering.
Dalmatian also count, yeah.
So, okay,
Um,
sorry to go off on a tangent.
That's great. No, I think that's a topic that we really wanted to get your guys's, kind of okay on, because that was one we weren't totally clear on yet with the Planning Commission.
And in my opinion, this section, the regional standard tweaks are really the crux. They're the most, I shouldn't say crux, but they're the most influential, the most
impactful. Yeah.
Having impactful. There's the word. Thank you that I was looking for. Part of all these recommendations, and at that workshop in February, there were some audience members that were some longtime residents that were quite concerned about going from 50-foot frontage to 25 and what that would look like. But I think we had enough discussion about how many other communities of similar age in the region already allow that. Telluride, Silverton, Uray, that, it's not, it's scary as far as, change related to Ridgway's history, but in terms of the effort here to create ways to make building more affordable, I think it's the right way to go. But it has created a little bit of discomfort in some people.
Oh, I certainly have some discomfort with it to some extent, though I totally understand the reasoning behind it and support it. But I have some discomfort behind it. Just because I think, spending as much time as I do in Telluride and all these houses that are, in a lot of those lots, they have a 1 or 2 foot setback from their lot lines on those 25-foot lots. And boy, that's just tight in there.
But they get a lot more snow that piles up in those spaces.
Oh boy, they have some drainage issues because of that. So, and I know the code addresses that, with snow fences or snow stops and things like that. So I remember reading that. So, but yeah, I think I agree with you. I think it's the most impactful. And I think all these changes are actually good when it comes to an affordable housing, trying to, satisfy and solve some of our affordable housing issues. I'm not against it by any stretch.
Good.
Shay, do any of these changes affect the current proposed developments? Do they relax things or change some of the things that have been proposed in the Planning Commission for the, I can't remember the names of these developments, the triangle, the in-town, the preserve, the Vista Common, what it's called?
It's a great question, Terry. So the most all of those are being developed as planned unit developments. So it would not affect those. We are kind of doing those as a, full negotiation. But I think the hope is that eventually it will be, our conversations might be a bit easier, because this is kind of what we're seeing, like the Vista Park Commons Developments wants to do smaller houses on smaller lots. And it was, pretty outside of our zoning box, but now that might be an easier conversation to say, hey, actually, we approve 3,000 square foot lots, so no big deal. Maybe we wouldn't go through a PUD and it would just be a regular subdivision, which might be a bit easier to go through.
Right.
I guess I'm a little concerned with that requirement for the fire suppression. And I know you're looking at that from the concept that if there's going to be multiple buildings there, that they're going to require that anyway. But this would also apply to, like, if I was going to put an ADU in my backyard and wanted to set it closer to the lot line than 5 feet. So I'd have to put a fire suppression in my ADU. Is that correct?
That's a good question, Russ. I don't know that we ran that scenario, but I believe you would. It would be a dwelling unit. And if you were going to be closer to that property line, that you would have to. And I don't know if it's helpful, so cut me off if I'm getting into too much detail. But the Insurance Service Office is the organization that sets fire ratings for towns. So someone actually kind of stops in towns and measures setbacks and kind of tests things to say, oh, the fire rating in this town is X. And if they have thresholds, so at 10 feet or less, you kind of get bumped into another category. And the discussion I had with them was, except if you have a fire suppression system. You don't get bumped into the next category because we don't even look at homes that have fire suppression systems. They are considered to have basically no risk, and those don't affect your score at all. If the town score were to change, it could change the rates for everybody in town. The guy I talked to said that's very unlikely to happen, but to be very safe about it and be sure that insurance rates don't go up for everyone, if someone chooses to place their home closer and take advantage of more of their lot, then perhaps it's appropriate to require them to put in a fire suppression system as to not affect the rating of the rest of the town. Does that help?
Yeah, it does. It just still seems like it's defeating the affordable side of things. If I have to add a fire suppression system, I don't think those systems are cheap.
Well, it's worth thinking about. You know, we're really looking to add density, and there are chunks in town where there are houses on 3 lots, and it doesn't have to be a 25-foot lot. You know, it maybe is looking at doing a lot line adjustment, right, and doing 2 35-foot lots. And there's, you know, we're looking at increasing opportunity, and you can also build narrow houses. You know, the bulk of my house is 18 feet wide. So like it doesn't mean that you're going to automatically be in that. And we're offering some flexibility and also protecting costs that are expected of current residents, while offering more flexibility for creative solutions. You know, I really would hate to cause everybody's costs to go up because we didn't want to require a fire suppression system, or I would also hate to remove this 2-foot setback option because we don't want to ask them of anything. You know, like right now, Russ, you can't build within 2 feet without a variance. So like, it doesn't really affect that. Does what I just said make any sense?
Mostly.
Yeah,
basically, if you don't want to build one, but you have to have a fire suppression system, don't do it.
Or, I mean, the idea is that there's enough flexibility in there that the size of the thing you want to build can, by tweaking that, you can avoid having to put in sprinklers. You know, we don't have the requirement to fit into the 20 by 24 foot rectangle anymore, so there's more flexibility there. And I think the building inspector would tell you that in current planning and building world, sprinkler systems are being required more and more. They didn't used to be required for any, you know, multiple unit structure, and now they are. It's because it's a safety issue. I think our fire department is going to be happy to have more homes with fire suppression. And yeah, it's expensive, but we're not requiring them in every case. We're giving you the flexibility to determine whether or not you need one based on the size of what you're going to build. So it's all of this is a balancing act, right? We're trying to come up with the optimal set of requirements and allowances that balance our goals. And I think this does that, personally. But we better keep moving unless we want to be here till 2 a.m.
Okay, so the other item about these setbacks and smaller lots was drainage. And what the commission gave staff some kind of direction on this. And we have a suggestion here for the code, or involved in the code tonight. And what the problem is that obviously with houses closer together, you can have drainage problems like you guys were talking about in Telluride or something. So what we looked into a bunch of different ideas and options here and came up with the idea after talking to a local structural engineer, saying, hey, what if we require, if you want to, again, if you choose to build at less than 5 feet from the property line, you may need to do a little extra work on the front end to be sure your foundation is designed properly. So we would require a geotech report. and require some sort of snow guards or breaks or something to avoid like an avalanche onto your neighbor's property from that. So the geotech report, from what I've heard, there are engineers that require that anyway. They require to do that in order to give you an engineered stamped foundation for your house. Not all of them do it, but it would, my understanding is it would analyze your specific soils and be sure to design a foundation that's appropriate for your lot. So if there is, you know, if you need damp proofing, if you need foundation drains, if you need some of this stuff, it would be sure to be in there. This is really helpful because it's not an item that takes maintenance, unlike maybe a swale or something that someone could easily just, you know, take a shovel and knock down. If you have a foundation drain, that should really help you in the long term. And then you are also not as impacted by your neighbors. So the suggestion there is that, again, we want to provide flexibility, but we also don't want to impact our neighbors or create unsafe situations. So if you want to be at that less than the 5 feet away from your property line, you'd need to do a site-specific geotech report and then incorporate some sort of snow guards or breaks on your roof to prevent shedding. So I guess a little input on that, or if you guys have any questions on that.
Makes sense.
Yep.
Why your neighbor's house doesn't start leaning into yours.
Right.
Great. So I'll keep moving. The lot size we talked about quite a bit as well. Going down to 25 feet lot width seems really narrow. That was the feedback we got, and I tried to include some information here, hopefully to help. I don't know, kind of understand those 25-foot wide lots. So there was some concern that like all of a sudden, you know, our historic residential district is just going to be rows of really skinny houses. Well, our downtown's pretty built out. There's not a ton of vacant properties. So there's only so many opportunities for that to happen. In addition, we're allowing a bunch of other housing types. So it may be that someone builds a row of 6 very skinny houses, but it may be also that someone builds like maybe 2 triplexes or something on those lots. So there's variety built in here. We don't know what people will do, but hopefully there'll be some variety. And then a 25-foot wide lot with 3 setbacks has a maximum unit width of 19 feet. So I think Beth had mentioned, I wasn't going to use you as an example, but since you brought it up, your house is mostly 18 feet wide, and it's not, I mean, to me, it doesn't look like some oddly skinny house. It's a very practical option for a housing unit. And then I also included some images for, is that a weird way to say it?
No, Tessa was like, you're fine.
It's beautiful, and it is. And I thought about that when I, you know, in this exact moment. So sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, no, that's great. So there are some images included in the memo trying to show 16-foot wide homes and 20-foot wide homes just as examples and what you can kind of fit in there. And actually skinnier homes work really well in places where they can be alley loaded, because then you don't just have a garage or a 2-door garage in front. You can put the garage in the back and still have like a nice entryway. So we're lucky to have those downtown garages to support that. Any questions or discussion on lot size?
Nope.
Okay.
Throw out that anybody in the audience that has questions or things you want to comment on throughout this process, please just raise your hand and we'll keep an eye out for you. Go ahead, Shay.
So off-street parking was also revised. Currently, we require 2 spaces for all residences unless it's 600 square feet or less. We allow for 1. The proposal is to allow for or require 2 parking spaces for all single family and duplexes, and then 1 parking space for other types of dwelling units. So a reduction there. That's a small section, so I might just keep moving if that works.
Yep.
Okay, supplemental regulations. So there's a lot in here. It might look like we've changed a bunch on the home occupations or accessory dwelling units or short-term rentals. This was actually just a cleanup item. It was a little confusing because we had some of like where short-term rentals were allowed in this section, not in the uses by right or conditional uses. So we just tried to clean that up and make it read a little bit cleaner and easier. We did a little bit of cleanup around ADUs and manufactured homes, like I mentioned. Not a lot of significant or substantial changes there, just mostly cleanup. Any questions on those items? Okay, we'll keep moving. So employee housing. This is a, this has been proposed as a conditional use in the lighter industrial district. We actually have 2 industrial districts. There's kind of one in the middle and one on the outside, and the outside one is a lighter, it's a lighter light industrial district. And we've spent a lot of time on this topic. Currently, our industrial districts, as you guys will recall, do not allow housing at all. It is not a permitted use. And I believe it was developed that way for a reason which we'll get into. And through a lot of conversations, we had proposed, why don't we add employee housing with a very specific definition to it, a narrow definition, as another potential option to help with housing affordability in town. This is one tiny little piece, but may take up a lot of our conversation tonight. But it would be very restricted. So employee housing could only be accessory to a non-residential use. So you would have to, for the first 2,500 square feet of floor area you had of your non-residential use, your industrial use, you would be allowed 1 employee housing unit. For the next 2,500 square feet, you'd be allowed another unit, up to a maximum of 3 units. So somewhat restricted here, but the purpose or the idea is to help provide housing for people who work in that industrial park and people who need to attract employees to those businesses. The unit would need to be owned by that same person who owns the non-residential use. So I have Shay's workshop over there. I build a 2,500 square foot workshop, whatever facility I'm doing, and then I build 1 employee housing unit attached to that. And that unit is limited to 450 square feet. I would need to rent that unit to someone who is working for me. So someone wants to move here and work for me. I say, great, I have a housing unit that you can move into right away. So you can get here and find something, because we all know options are limited, especially when you only have like a month to find something. If I couldn't rent that out to a local, one of my employees for 45 days, I could then rent it out to someone else who works within Ridgway County. So our consultant was kind of pushing pretty hard to say town of Ridgway and not Ridgway County, but the commission wanted to allow some flexibility on that and said, that's fine, we can do Ridgway County and kind of open it up more, and that would be fine. So there's a few details we need to talk about on this employee housing topic. The first one is tap and utility fees. And then the second one are our lagoon setbacks. So the first one, you'll note in the staff report, there's a specific council decision needed. Staff felt that we did not need to charge an extra tap fee for these kinds of units. However, for things like ADUs, we don't charge an additional tap fee, but we do charge extra monthly fees because there is a higher use. There's another dwelling unit being occupied and used, and so that comes with a charge for services, water, sewer, trash. So a question that I would love some input on tonight is, do we think the base charge that is charged for multi-use commercial industrial, they're kind of all lumped into one category, is that going to be adequate to cover up to 3 employee housing units? Or does the council want to charge an extra amount, some sort of percent for each unit or for any, up to 3 units? And just as a way of example, we charge 72% for an ADU when a residence has an ADU. So I don't know that we have to figure this out tonight, but I think some general direction so we can be sure to address that and clean that up once we get this kind of finalized would be very helpful.
Shay, it's Terry. On the water use in particular, isn't there a graduated step just based on usage that doesn't necessitate a separate upcharge up front? I can see where that would be needed for sewage, sewer, and trash, but water is essentially graduated anyway, isn't it?
Yes, I unmuted Chase to see if he wants to chime in here. I think we have tried to go to more of a, you guys know a lot about this stuff, tried to go to more of a, you pay for what you use. There's a kind of a low, not low, but lower, like more reasonable base rate. And then you pay more for what
Pay for you.
I'll let Chase chime in if he wants to add something.
So a little bit of yes and no there, Terry. So for using the example of an ADU there, if a property has a single family home and an ADU on it, their charge, that ADU is 0.72 times. But with that extra cost for the ADU, they also get an added allotment for their base usage before they start accumulating those like extra per 1,000 gallon usage fees. So currently it's a mixture of both. When you get into some of these mixed uses and multi-use buildings, many of them do fall under the purely commercial rate structure, which is more independent of how many, say, businesses or homes you have under that roof, and it is more dependent solely on usage. I would have to pull up our water use to see exactly where these would fall, and I'd hate to talk and get it wrong for you here tonight.
But the water would that be a separate charge from the trash and sewage? I mean, both of those, all three of those items would be increased with the extra dwelling unit. I mean, water may be automatically incremented up based on your current scheme, but I don't know if there's an increment. Did you charge the 0.72 on an ADU for trash and sewage, or is it just water?
For everything.
For everything.
So, I mean, I do want to bring up when we went through the water bit last year, we were really trying to think about what was going to happen as we ratcheted up those usage costs, and really wanting to be mindful of still covering what we needed as a town. And so I know Chase did a ton of work in trying to project what might happen. We actually didn't do any work about how usage might change. All of our projections were based on current usage. And so, I mean, my thought would be something like 33% per unit, which would take you up to a total of an additional unit if you did all three potential units. That seems pretty clean, and also getting a base rate charge, but not making it too high a barrier per unit that people would avoid it.
So I think if helpful, just because I know this is a long conversation, it might be best to move on to the next topic, because I think we're going to have a lot of conversation about it. And then we can revisit this particular item if needed. Does that help, or does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. I like that. Thanks for that input, Beth. Okay, so the next topic is these the lagoon setbacks. So at the April Planning Commission meeting, we talked about this a lot. It's something that the town has, as my understanding, since long before I got here, been kind of planning around. And this is, we have, well, I'll get there. We kind of need to continue to consider these setbacks from our sewer lagoons. So currently, the majority of the land within 500 feet of our sewer lagoons and our public works facility is zoned for industrial uses. My understanding is that this was set up that way partially because our sewer lagoons were right there, and putting residences, too close to those is not a good idea. So many of you know that Ben Jackson has been working with some others to propose a development in phase 3 of this River Park project, which is the light industrial area that is vacant. So it's kind of the west side of the established industrial area, and then a little bit north as well. So kind of next to Sampa, just west of Sampa. That area was supposed to be phase 3. It's been granted extensions over, I don't know, the past 10, 15 years because the economy, I think the discussion was the economy just kind of wasn't right and ready to develop that and final plat that. So we're not talking about a specific development tonight, but just this is, something important that we can discuss. So some of the background, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, which we call CDPHE, they license sewer treatment facilities for all municipalities. They have specific odor setback, well, I should say they have setback guidelines for new or modified facility applications. So they're not constantly monitoring everything that's going on, but when you apply for a modification or a new facility, they take a hard look at your land uses and what's going on around your facility. So there is, you'll see from the 2 late additions that were sent to us regarding this topic that there's some disagreement among the interpretation of the CDPHE guidelines. Town staff understands that if the town is to allow for more habitable structures, which are not clearly defined, the only definition that they provide is residences, schools, and commercial. If we allow for more of those structures to be within 500 feet of our sewer treatment facility, it could result, or would likely result, in a increase of expenses for the town when we have to expand or update the treatment facility. And that's mostly because of odor control requirements. This is a really hard conversation because there's so many unknowns. And I'll let Chase fill in some of the blanks here, but we don't know. CDPHE is working on updating their regulations. It's not happening for a number of years, but we don't know what those are going to be. The town does not have a specific expansion plan or master plan for our sewer treatment facility. We have a good idea of what we need right now and in the near future, but it's actually on our strategic plan for this year, which is, I believe, been taken off the table with our current financial situation, to have something to explore what our options are for this sewer treatment facility. I guess generally the consent or the staff discussion is we need to be really careful to not limit the town's options in the future by potentially increasing the costs of future improvements. So, just trying to balance these things. Is it worth allowing employee housing within 500 feet of our lagoons or of our town works, our public works property? Is it worth it to get, who knows how many employee housing units we might get, with a potential for a significant cost to the town to address our sewer treatment facility? Sewer treatment is not an optional item for a town. That is something we have to do. And I have heard it can be in the millions of dollars extra for odor mitigation items. I don't know those numbers exactly, but it's significant. So I put a couple of quotes from the staff member at CDPHE that we reached out to. The commission said, why don't you guys get an opinion from CDPHE on this, because they will better be able, or they might kind of be more of a neutral party. It's not it's, you know, these are the people who actually license the facility. So I added a couple of quotes in here, but I think it's important to look at the full emails and conversation. But generally, you know, one of the first things he said in one of the first emails was, you know, Chase stated something, and he had kind of confirmed it, that, yeah, you can build residential right now as close as you want to the lagoons, as long as zoning allows for it. But if we change that capacity or build a new system, it would likely be subject to the odor control regulations. And he said, I'd encourage them to keep a distance between residential and wastewater treatment facilities if they can. If not, design and operation costs could be high in the future if odor control needs to be included in the future. He actually used the Denver airport example, which I think we can all kind of relate to what happened with Stapleton and how it had to move, and now residential is kind of starting to close in on it, but luckily they planned and got a lot of property for that. Fun fact, Don Elliott was part of the crew who planned for the Denver airport, who is also our planning consultant on this project. He has really good stories. So there's more in there, and I'll try to wrap it up here, but I think generally it's not very black and white. There's a lot of unknowns, and we just need to be really careful to balance. Is it worth allowing employee housing in this small area of town, or do you feel like the other code updates, you know, cover it enough? Or if it's outside of this 500-foot setback, we're okay, but balance that with future kind of unknown costs for the town that really could be substantial. So Chase, do you have anything you want to add? I'm sorry, that was kind of long.
No, that was great. Thank you, Shay. I just was going to highlight or add in a few extra things there. I think Shay did a great job of summarizing much of that. Looking forward, you know, we just have a lot of unknowns coming up. In 2027, there's some new nutrient regulations coming down the pipeline that smaller communities like us are still trying to figure out exactly how to deal with. As well as, you know, in the past, nearly 20 years ago now, we did plan for an expansion of our wastewater treatment plant. We're going to add a 4th cell. You know, whether or not that's needed now or in the future, you know, it's dependent on what our economy is doing, how fast we're growing, future changes to the CDPHE requirements and discharge requirements. But I think that our conversations with David and CDPHE and that airport analogy do a great job in illustrating that the more we have within these setbacks, the more potential we have to have added costs in the future. That's not to say that if we completely allow residential in this area when we go to apply in the future, it may have no bearing on what we put in place there. However, it could have a huge impact on what we put in place there as well. And without knowing exactly when or where or how that application process is going to go, it's pretty hard for me to not recommend that we continue having this 500-foot setback from our property or from the lagoons. It's just being conservative, and I think being kind of financially responsible for the town with trying to deal with these unknowns moving forward. There are a number of residential units within that setback. Block 31, there's a number of homes there. These, from my understanding, came up during our expansion in 99, 2000, somewhere in there. And they're grandfathered in. You know, those plots, that's the original town plot. Those have been in place for well over 100 years. Our current lagoon location and the lagoons that are closest to those residences were put in place in the 70s. And these odor setbacks weren't initiated until the 80s. So since the lagoon and those residences and plots were put in place before those regulations were, they're grandfathered in, and they're a little easier to explain during our application process. any CDPHE is going to look at every use within that, potential setback. And some of them are going to be a lot easier to amend and to talk about with them. If we're talking, we have one unit that's on the fringe, I'm sure we can make a case and hopefully get that worked out with CDPHE. However, if we have 200 people living within that setback, it's going to be a much harder case to make, that we don't need odor mitigation for that need, potential need in the future. Again, there's a lot of unknowns. I wish I could say this is exactly what we're going to need and this is exactly what's going to go in the future. But one of the reasons is without being able to say that, I think being conservative here is the right way to go.
Thanks, Chase.
Any questions?
Ben's had his hand up for a while, and I know he's going to want to weigh in on this. So Ben Jackson, you can go ahead.
Am I muted?
There we go.
Yep, we can hear you.
Chris wanted to speak first, but if I had my hand up first. Real quickly on the filing 3 and the light industrial, I just did some very quick math because it's 92,000 square feet, maximum building size is 6,500 to get 3 units. That's only 42 employee housing units on the fringe, nowhere near 200 that Chase just mentioned. Okay, just FYI. But I'm the gentleman that myself and Glenn Pauls, I don't know a couple of several of you folks, you guys are new to council, but Glenn and I developed River Park, Ridgway Business Park about almost 20 years ago. And Chase is correct. That sewer lagoon, I believe, was just put in that he mentioned. So all of the development in the light industrial is, that has currently been developed according to David, and David's the name of the lead wastewater engineer. I reached out to him at the state of Colorado. And even though it's zone light industrial, I think Tessa said this at the planning commission meeting, unfortunately the cat's out of the bag because a lot of those uses, the brew pub, the office building, the veterinarian clinic, valley floors, those are commercial uses. And commercial, you're going to have to mitigate for that odor anyway. And those have been built since the new sewer lagoon. We started selling lots there in 2000, and the real estate that you see out there was built between now and a couple of years ago. And Shay is correct. We've asked for several extensions on this light industrial, mainly because of the economy. And 2, the whole reason you guys are doing this, John's mentioned it, Shay has mentioned it, we're here trying to balance, the zoning, the housing, getting people to move their business here and jobs. But the second question Glenn and I get after how much is the lot going to cost is, can an employee or can I rent out a space, do like a live work? There are already, I know of 2 people that actually live in the light industrial already. And something else you've got to keep in mind is the new Lena, I believe it's Lena Commons, that's zone commercial, and that's zone commercial within the 500-foot parameter. And so when that's built, something brand new that's not there, you're going to have to deal with that with the odor mitigation because that's zone commercial. And when the use is actually built commercial, it's not going to be just our maximum 42 units that's going to drive this cost up for the town. I suggested at the planning level, we want to work with the town of Ridgway. We have for 20 plus years. And I don't see why you guys, especially with this great new, all these great new code amendments, why you guys do not take advantage of what I'm going to see is a lot of building permits coming in, smaller lots, increasing density on people's houses so they can rent an ADU unit to help with their mortgage. Just create a sewer expansion impact fee for all new building permits moving forward and start putting away money to deal with this, and It's my understanding from David, the gentleman at the state, he says it very well in the last sentence of the latest email. They're going to take into consideration all present and past uses that's in this 500-foot rule. And if that lagoon goes past 2 acres, that 500 feet then goes to 1,000. It's just, I don't think we should be singled out. And if you're going to keep this 500-foot rule hard and fast, it needs to be mentioned not just in the light industrial, but in the commercial zone district too, saying you can't build any commercial within 500 feet. If you're really going to want to try to tap down and have an argument against the state when they come here, when you submit your new application, to say, oh no, this stuff has all been here for 100 years. A lot of it unfortunately hasn't. I just named a couple of, the commercial type uses. The Colorado Boy has a brew pub there that the public shows up to. That's not an industrial use. And the state, unfortunately, I don't think is going to see it that way. They're going to see the use, not the zoning. So I don't think, allowing us a maximum of 42 units, and I doubt all those are going to get built, is going to increase the city's odor mitigation costs when it comes to expanding the sewer lagoons. The city of Ouray just tried to add a lagoon and was denied. The state told them to go back to the drawing board. They're most likely looking at a mechanical system, which, with the way Ridgway's growing and the density the land use code changes are about to create, the state could come back and say, well, lagoon's not going to work. You're going to have to go to a partial mechanical plant, which then the area shrinks to 250, the circle. So we would plead with council to either piggyback sewer expansion mitigation fee, or at least allow filing 3 in parcel D, limited residential use. It's a conditional review. This isn't going to be a use by right. We're still going to have to come in to planning. And I'm not sure, Shay, if once planning approves it, it has to go to council. But, that you guys are going to have another bite at this apple. But, the important thing is the uses are already commercial in nature, and you're going to have to deal with odor, and you've already got zoning on a new project that's going to be within this 500-foot setback that you're going to have to deal with as well.
Ben,
I'm done.
Ben, I'm going to interrupt you. I'm sorry, because you're repeating your points.
I know. Thank you.
We've got a lot to cover, and I need to let Chris have a say too.
Yep.
So,
thank you. Thanks, John and Shay and council.
go ahead, Chris.
Thank you. Good evening. My name's Chris Hawkins. I'm a resident at 730 Sabeta Drive, and I'm also the project planner out at River Park. And we've been trying for 4 years to get some level of housing out in that community. I submitted a letter to you yesterday via email. Hopefully everyone had a chance to review that. I'm not going to repeat that letter. The end of it is, the state regulations require smell mitigation if there's habitable structures, and their definition is, quote, habitable structures include residences, schools, and commercial structures. Ben went over all the uses that are out in that area, but there's office buildings, there's 2 office buildings, the Ridgway Business Center, there's the Standing Mountain Professional Building, the new Lena Commons Commercial, the Valley Floors right next door, the SMPA buildings right across the street, etc. I'd also point out the I-1 and I-2 zone districts actually allow habitable structures by right. Office buildings, commercial laundry, retail sales, which I understand is a conditional use, veterinary, motion picture studio, and well as VOTEC, vocational education, which is a school. So you're singling out one use in this regulation, not looking at all uses as well. This setback, if it was applied, would really eliminate housing from parcel D in phase 3. The 500-foot setback for the future is not certain. I think Chase alluded to this. I got my hands on the capital assessment report for the wastewater treatment plant dated May 21st, 2019, and it looks at future alternatives for the wastewater treatment plant. And there's some really good quotes in there that I went through overall. And it talks about adding a cell, which is that, I think it's cell number 4. And it's looking at an option. It says, let me get this. Another is that the existing site and the new cell are close to current and proposed future development. To expand the plant would require getting site approval from CDPHE for the changes in plant design and capacity, which given the development around the plant might be a challenge as the existing plant and proposed pond are within CDPHE recommended setbacks. And so they're already acknowledging in the study that you guys just had last year, there's development in the surrounding setbacks. And there's another quote in here talking about the current plant being at 500 feet. And this is another quote: given the regulatory changes that are likely in the next decade, the next upgrade or plant replacement could require a mechanical plant, which if not enclosed would have a 1,000-foot setback. If it's totally enclosed, it would be 100 feet. Given the value of land in Ridgway, it is likely a mechanical plant would need to be fully enclosed. And the next part is really important. The current pond area is about 1.75 acres. The plan that was adopted in 1999 shows about a 0.8 acre addition for your future growth. And if that would take you over the 2 acre limit, and what happens by regulation for a 2 acre aerated lagoon, your buffer goes out to 1,000 feet. So you're already, by your plans, going to have to provide mitigation, because if you take a 1,000-foot radius, smell mitigation is absolutely there. We believe it's already required, but if it goes up to 1,000 feet because it goes up over 2 acres, it's going to be absolutely needed. David Kurz replied to an email today on where the setbacks are measured, and he indicated they typically measure the distance from the lagoons and not the property lines. And so if you do move forward with the setback, it's really important you get it in line with state law, and you already have a plan for that last pond, and you can easily establish that. But that said, these setbacks are already in question because you're going to have to provide smell mitigation. You're going to have to provide basically the smell mitigation. He would not opine if the current buildings are habitable, but he quoted to me in an email quote, "As I noted earlier, we do not monitor land use between site location applications. The question of whether an industrial or light industrial area would trigger odor control is a gray area. The more the structure's uses represent residential, schools, or commercial unit, the stronger the argument for odor control. Some of the named businesses appear to have higher employee or customer counts, and those units would be evaluated at the time of site location application was submitted for decision." That was response to the email to that map I provided you with the distances to all the commercial structures. So that was his response. And again, we're just respectfully requesting that you not adopt a setback here. And if you do, it has to be equitably applied to all properties within this buffer area. You cannot just single out certain property owners in certain zone districts in here. Right now, it's only being discussed on light industrial. There's PUDs in the area, there's residential that exists. There's all sorts of development, and your buffer area could go up to 1,000 square feet. So we really agree with the sewer study that says the town could consider requiring development to absorb the cost and investment for the smell mitigation, and really would like to pursue that and really try to vet that out. One of the options in the sewer study was a subsurface aeration. And if you use that in the lagoons, your setback goes down to, I think it's 250 feet. The cost for that in the study was $450,000. You don't know what kind of plant you have to design yet, but that's not millions of dollars. That's $450,000 to do subsurface aeration, and your setback drops to 250 feet. In all this, I didn't see any regulatory changes in the code stuff that was put forth by Shay. I'm guessing if you want a setback, you're not going to be able to prove this at first reading because that's a substantial change. But in the end, we really wanted to sit down and work with you guys on an equitable solution and provide housing on both parcel D and in phase 3. So thanks for your time, and thanks for the new council members for hopping on board.
Thanks, Chris. Anyone else in the audience? I see 2 other hands up. I see guest. Please identify yourself when you're unmuted.
Unmute them, it's slow.
Can they unmute themselves?
I'm not sure why I'm not able to unmute them.
Maybe their audio's not set. Or...
Hear me okay?
We can hear Joe now. Joe Solomon?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'll be very, very brief. I am a lawyer. I've been working with Ben Jackson and Chris Hawkins for many years on this project. And I just have a short, simple message for council, which is I don't think you need to tie your hands and add this as a hard and fast yes or no setback rule. I think you can make it a standard to consider. See where the plan is at the time the project asks for approval. Give yourself the ability to say yes or no based on the setback issue. But again, you don't need to just tie your own hands. You're a powerful town council with discretion to go either way on these things. And like Ben and Chris have said, you know, you're going to need to do odor mitigation for other reasons. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. So whoever the person is that just named guest, you might need to unmute yourself. There you go. Who is this? Please, you've been unmuted. Yeah, please identify yourself.
Yeah, it's Joanne.
Oh, hi, Joanne.
Hi. Didn't know I had a microphone on the computer. Let me mute the other. I was just going to comment that if we go to that,
I think you're breaking up a fair bit, Joanne.
there we go.
There you go.
If we go to subsurface air, then the setback for the new pond would only be the 500 feet.
No, it's less. It's less.
No. Because if we put in the fourth pond, we'd be over 2 acres.
Okay, I'm not sure what the takeaway is there, Joanne.
So I think I'm going to jump in here just briefly.
Well, I mean, the problem is if they were talking about if we went to subsurface air, we only needed 250 feet, but they were also talking about the 1.75 acres that are currently pond. If we put anything else in, we would go over the 2 acres and need 500-foot setback with subsurface air, or 1,000-foot setback if we continue with splashers.
I see. So our current plan is to use subsurface to mitigate when we need to expand to the fourth pool. I see. I don't know, I'm recapping. That's my text.
Thanks, Tessa, that makes sense. Chase, did you want to add something?
I was just gonna expand on what Joanne was saying there, because I think I knew where she was going, and she was getting cut in and out. But yeah, if we put in that fourth cell, Chris is correct. Our surface acreage would go above 2 acres. That would trigger a larger setback requirement. At above that 2 acres, it would be 1,000 feet using surface aeration that we currently use, splashers. If we put in subsurface aeration with that expansion, the setback would still be 500 feet. And we would, that again is just another 500 foot. That's where that level is coming from. So that's what I thought Joanna was getting at, and just wanted to voice that as well.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so it sounds like everything's clear as mud in a sewer lagoon.
I have a question. Do any of the existing planned developments, will that force an expansion of the sewage treatment, the ones that are already identified?
I don't believe so.
So I forget whose point it was, if another larger planned development occurs that requires forcing an expansion of the sewer, can that development be partially burdened with the cost of the mitigation?
I believe so. That would probably be a more specific question, depending on like the exact number of units and what that means. Those things are finicky in terms of land use. I don't know, I guess, Bo, if you have something to add, raise your hand. I was trying to unmute you, but I couldn't. Oh, there we go.
No, I mean, to Terry's question and to your point, the modification of the existing PUD wouldn't on its face require any sort of changes to the setbacks.
So one of the things I heard, I can't remember who said it, maybe Joe, retaining the flexibility to be, malleable or adaptable in the future seems to make sense, rather than, I think the term you used was tying our hands. So I don't know how that affects this current, code adoption, or if there could be a carve out for this, or some sort of a flexible exception applied, or, does deciding on this issue preclude, this entire municipal code change?
I don't think so. I feel like this is one tiny little part of this whole ordinance, is just a line that says employee housing under conditional use in this zone district. I think you'd have a number of options there. It could be something that you remove and consider at a later date as to not hold everything else up. Looking at the conditional use criteria for approval, you could potentially add a criteria for a conditional use to say, to kind of address this issue. I'd have to think about that idea more and how that might work. Like, already the conditional use criteria say the use will not generate light, noise, odor, vibration, or other effects which would unreasonably interfere with the reasonable enjoyment of other property in the area, but it doesn't really say the opposite, which was kind of the example that David from CDPHE used. It's always the airport's fault, or it's always the sewer treatment's fault, not the folks who've moved in around them. So I guess we.
You muted yourself, Shay.
You muted yourself.
Sorry, that was some shortcut on my keyboard I didn't know about.
Motion detector.
Yeah, it's that heavy code book. So I don't know what other options are in there tonight, but I think we can think about that creatively.
Some anecdotal feedback, being a resident of the SMPA office, and knowing which way the wind blows. The winds typically are predominantly south-southwest, not from the north. That may have no bearing whatsoever on the details of the regulations, but most of the smell issue is sort of out of the wind doesn't really apply to that for these areas. It has nothing to do probably with any of this on a technical level, but the only time I've ever smelled anything from the sewage plant is when I'm walking on the trail that's to the east of the plant itself. And we're the closest, by virtue of your additional document, we're the closest facility to the ponds itself. It may have absolutely no bearing on any of the decisions, but that's just sort of anecdotal feedback.
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
So a couple of things. I actually, once upon a time, worked in air quality, and I dealt with residents complaining about smells from industrial uses, including a sewer plant and a veterinary hospital. And I think residential uses are different than either light industrial or commercial uses. I know Chris mentioned singling out of a use, but I think people's tolerance for smells in a workplace situation are very different than their tolerance for smells in their home.
When they're cooking dinner, yeah.
Yeah. And so I'm, in addition to the discussions about tying our hands for future wastewater treatment issues, I'm just really loath to introduce residents in a place where we're likely to see complaints. beyond anything that has things to do with what the what's going to happen with our wastewater treatment plant, we're really putting ourselves in a situation where, yeah, people say they're going to be okay with it when they move in, but like you said, when you're cooking dinner or you're barbecuing and you get the whiff of the wastewater treatment plant, we're going to hear about that.
So I'd like to just weigh in a little bit on this, because I think, if we look back historically on this development, there was never any intention for the land that we're talking about right now to have residential development. And actually, my recollection at the time was the selling point on this development and the light industrial portion of this was the fact that because of its proximity to the wastewater treatment plant, this was an ideal pieces of property for light industrial development. And there was never any intent when this project first came up in 20 years ago for there to be residential use in there. And residential use in there is actually prohibited. And as somebody had said, well, I know 2 people that are living in there. Well, they're really not supposed to be living in there. So, just from a historical perspective, there was no intent for residential use there when this was designed.
Yeah, is this the only area in town where the employee housing would be applicable? Is this small industrial area?
So it's also proposed as I believe it's a use by right in the general commercial district. However, we're not certain that it would be used very much in the general commercial area because you can do a mixed use building in general commercial. So it's much more likely that someone in that district would just build a couple of housing units and they wouldn't have that 450 square foot restriction and who they can rent it to and all of that. But we thought, hey, let's put it in here anyway, because maybe there'll be, some benefit that we're not realizing, and adding some flexibility can be a good thing.
Yeah, I saw that point in your italic notes there. That's a good point.
And adding a sewer development fee and asking that to be absorbed to all new, I don't know what we would do that as. That's also going to have an impact on affordability. So putting that in to allow this set of units could have farther reaching impacts on the rest of town.
That's why I think it would be better to burden the major development with those costs rather than spreading it out over, individual residential building permits. For example, if they were to build out by the high school, as part of the improvements that they would be required to kick in money to expand the sewage system.
I see Ben has his hand up again. Ben, if you've got something new to add, go ahead.
Yes, to Eric's point, we never envisioned not having the light industrial done, but with the housing cost and the land cost of Ridgway, this is sort of, like I said, that's our second question is, hey, what's the lot cost to build my business? And then can an employee live there? That's the only reason we're here. We wish we would have sold out 15 years ago and not had to ask for the extensions. And then I just did a little bit of math because everybody in the town of Ridgway does use the sewer lagoons. And so why not create this sewer expansion mitigation fee? If you issue 50 building permits at $1,000, for that goes to the sewer mitigation, that's $50,000 a year. 2027 keeps coming up with the new regulations. That's $350,000 raised right there in 7 years that can go towards the $450,000 for the internal aerators. I mean, it's not like we're going to say each building permit pays an extra $5,000. Thank you, John.
Thanks, Ben. Other thoughts, other questions? This is a tricky one.
It kind of sounds that it is inevitable that we're going to be rebuilding the sewage treatment plant, correct? And especially with the growth that we can almost assume that it's going to expand.
At some point, I mean, of course, looking at the current pandemic we're in and the dire economic news that I keep reading about every day, I think our growth rate is going to slow down quite a bit. It's not going to be what it was, last year, or certainly not what it was before the 2008 recession. So
But next year is going to be this huge boom, according to what I've heard. Never mind.
Yeah, so I mean, it's all a crystal ball, right? It's all guesswork. The fact of the matter is, at some point, yes, the sewer plant is going to have to either be expanded or, more likely, in my view, the heightened health department restrictions and requirements are going to make us have to do a mechanical plant. And I've said this a couple of times many times in the last couple of years. The way it looks at this 2027 horizon is that there are going to be a whole bunch of little towns like Ridgway that are going to all of a sudden be forced to look at mechanical plant under CDPHE guidelines and requirements. And where's the money going to come from for that? I mean, usually things like that are done through USDA grants and CDBG grants and things like that. And if there's a whole bunch of little towns in Colorado all facing the same issue at the same time, there's just simply not going to be money to do it. So it's a tough one to call. I've always thought that sooner than later, we're probably going to have to go mechanical, but mechanical has all sorts of, the upside of a mechanical plant is that the odor issues pretty much go away. The downside is it's very expensive to build, and it's much more expensive to maintain. It takes a much bigger staff to maintain. So these are all things we got to try and figure out.
So, John, can I ask a clarification question, Shay? So, if we were to consider the 500-foot setback, and as I don't have the map in front of me, I don't have two sets of screens going, but the development pieces that Ben and his crew are talking about, that would be to the west of essentially to the west of I think it's the alley behind the vet's office and all the rest of those buildings. Those would be outside of, or almost outside of, the 500-foot area.
Almost.
The partial D, that big piece over there, that literally ends up for the most part, smack in the middle of it. So I'm going to throw out a thought, and I don't know that I'm wedded to the idea particularly, but if we were to think about mitigating that setback, or maybe, to Ben or Kristen's point, I can't remember who, rather than looking from the property line to the center of the lagoon, whatever the center of the lagoon, current lagoons and future lagoons would be, and moderate that a little bit, would that potentially allow some of that development, essentially what would be Laura Street, though it would still probably eliminate, I'm just not in favor of housing on that partial D in general. I don't think that was sitting right up next to Sampa's yard. I don't know. Anyway, so I'm just throwing out a thought, if there's, some sort of middle ground here that would allow some of that development along the Laura Street portion, but not necessarily in the partial D.
Mm-hmm. So I shared the screen of the kind of setback exhibit, and I think it's a little bit tricky. So this is rough because I did it on my map and it wasn't a perfect analysis. But this red blob that I'm turning on and off here,
right,
where I ran the setback from, and this kind of purplish line is 250 feet, and the teal line is 500 feet. And I think Chase addressed this. I did it from the actual property boundary because our plans from 1999 show a fourth cell somewhere over here.
Okay, that's part of what I was asking.
Okay, it's a little bit tricky because, there were some emails going back and forth today about, are the setbacks from the actual lagoons? Is it from the aeration systems that are in the middle here?
Right.
Where does CDPHE measure it? Well, if we did our fourth cell, it would be over here. If or when we need to mitigate or like change our system, we might have to build a new cell over here while we continue to run these cells and then eventually transfer over and get rid of another cell. So it's a little bit tricky, and that's why we did those setbacks from the property boundary. I suppose, the exhibit that we've always used that was here when I got here, Joanne made, and it is, sorry, let me play with the layers here. It's these dashed lines. So let me turn this zoning off and you might be able to see them better. And these dashed lines show 250 and 500 feet from the actual lagoon. So like on this side, Eric, you'll see the 500 feet is, it doesn't include those properties. So you would be able to do it, but this little bump out includes for the future potential addition of that fourth cell. Does that help?
Okay. Yes, it does. Because I think I was looking at the one that sort of literally where the 500-foot setback was running right along that alley almost. But okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm really uncomfortable with the fact that we're looking at addressing this for a specific development, rather than in terms of what is best for the code here. And if we were looking at adjustments for anything, because this is making a decision for what is best for town and what we should be putting in our code, not for should this development happen or not happen.
Totally agree with you. I was just looking for some clarification on it. So,
And to that end, this issue is embedded in this proposed motion for this agenda item. Is there a way to
yes, but it is not
forward?
targeted at this particular proposal. This is making a decision for should we allow employee housing within 500 feet or not of our lagoons.
So is there a way to move forward with this proposed motion as it is, or do we have to revisit this at the next meeting and carve this out somehow?
So I might ask for Bo's input there. To me, that seems like a fairly minor change to the ordinance, given all of the other changes that are included in it. Whether you guys want to just remove that as a proposed conditional use and revisit it later, or how you want to address that. So I might turn to Bo there.
Yeah, I would echo your thoughts there, Shay, that this can be done with the amendment and a couple of things. One, it's a first reading, so it could be introduced with that amendment and then brought back to the council for second reading and adoption without that language.
That's what I was going to say. Is that as a first reading, we can make some tweaks.
That's right.
That might get us off the center then, huh?
Chris, I want to be respectful of the fact that you got your hand up, but please make sure this is a new point, not a rehashing of existing points you've made.
No, understood. Sorry. First, I forgot to say all these package of amendments are great. Kudos to staff and the consultant team. Really great job across the board. So that's the big picture comment. I have the lagoons built into a SketchUp model that I'll share with town staff that shows the 500-foot setback, and we can get that in front of you for a second reading. I did not see the actual code language regarding the setbacks in the code. Where is that code language embodied? I didn't see it in like how the setback was to be applied. And two as well, I mean, you guys need to address this across the board, not just for I-1 zoning. There's other zoning out there, and how's this going to be, equitably applied, and so everyone's treated the same.
But zoning, correct me if I'm wrong, staff, but zoning by definition does not treat every zone the same.
Correct.
Okay.
But the sewer plant setback should be treated the same for every use, because it should be applied to all habitable structures within the setbacks, not just ours.
But we can treat, I mean, by zoning, we can treat housing different than other uses. I mean, that is something that we have the ability to do. But
Sure, if you ignore the state definition of habitable structure, sure. But anyway, I just wanted to pass it on. Thank you. Appreciate your thoughts and comments.
To answer that first question, the setback was not added into the code language that is proposed in the ordinance. As the ordinance stands, employee housing is proposed as a conditional use. So I think your options are to add to that and say, we are okay with this as a conditional use if more than 500 feet from wherever you kind of want to draw that boundary, or you can remove it entirely, or there's also probably some other options in there that I'm missing.
So how difficult is it to add to the conditional use evaluation measure a consideration of, you know, financial impacts to our public utilities and/or public health? I mean, I feel like public health is already kind of, anytime there's a conditional use being asked for, public health is a feature. And so that would be a perfect time to have a conversation about whether it's an okay thing to have someone living above a vet clinic, above Forge Works, near lagoon that has, or a mechanical plant, whenever that arises. But I guess I sort of do feel like it's not necessary to enshrine it in this zoning today. But maybe others feel differently.
Well, and what I'm hearing is that it's not enshrined per se. It's just a point that the staff's bringing up so that we're aware of it. I believe that, correct me if I'm wrong, but you know, the general conditional use criteria in our zoning code always sort of talk about health, safety, and welfare as a primary consideration, and that's where this can be brought up. I guess I'm honestly a little unclear as to what we're considering either adding or removing from this potential first reading on this topic. Especially, it sounds like it's almost more of a discussion point than an actual question of verbiage in the new code. Am I wrong about that?
So in the code, in the ordinance that's in front of you guys tonight, what the language says is that employee housing would be added as a conditional use in that lighter of the industrial districts. I feel like what I'm hearing tonight is there is either some hesitation to do that at this point, or maybe there wants to be you may want to add that 500-foot setback requirement to that.
Can I get some clarity on something? I understand we're looking at this 500-foot setback for the light industrial area. How does that apply to the Lena Commons area? Is that, I know that's commercial, but there's residences there as well, isn't there? Within that 500-foot limit?
So the Lena Street project was designed, I don't have that plan in front of me right now, but it was designed specifically with townhouses, and at the very north end to have these kind of, I don't know what you'd call them, like flex units or something. There's 4 units. They're kind of just open commercial in light industrial uses. The land is zoned for general commercial. So whatever goes in there eventually would have to comply with the general commercial land use regulations, and may or may not fall into what CDPHE doesn't, they don't define commercial, they just say commercial. So they may kind of qualify it as commercial, or they may not. But that project was designed with that specifically in mind.
Is there potential for people to be living in those units?
There's not supposed to be. No,
They're not, yeah, they won't have that occupancy type, if that makes sense. So like per our building code, they won't be for living.
And that's strictly on the north end, whereas there is living units on the south end.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, they specifically carved off with our direction, the part that's within the setback to be just commercial, but not residential. Now, I think that was before we knew that CDPHE's definition of habitable structure includes commercial and doesn't necessarily mean residential. Habitable to them means any building people work in, I believe. That's what it sounds like. It's just their definition.
They define habitable as residential, commercial, and schools. That's it. Like, don't expand that.
Yeah, so
It's not very clear.
Yeah.
So is this 500-foot setback actually embedded in this proposed land use code change or not? Did I understand that it's not specifically identified and that this employee housing is a conditional situation, which means it has to, this is my ignorance showing, it has to come before the planning commission on a case-by-case basis? So in other words, can we effectively pass this and punt on the specific issue until it becomes an actual condition that's before the planning commission?
So, you are correct on the first part. The ordinance that is in front of you proposes employee housing as a conditional use in that lighter industrial district. It does not include the draft in front of you does not currently include that. You guys could include that as an edit to this introduced ordinance if you chose to do that.
Could that be done at a later time? In other words, could we move forward with the proposed motion now and modify that particular condition at a later time?
If we do that, I would be more comfortable removing the employee housing provision, just because I really do believe that there is a piece about residences, right? If we want to step aside from that, I'd rather not provide for that conditional use piece.
And that would get us into a tricky area, Terry. The conditional uses have to be revised specifically by the criteria in the code. Our code does say public health, safety, and welfare. So I think there is a way to include that in the conversation, but it's not super specific to that. So I might be a little bit more in favor of what Beth is saying here and revisit the topic kind of as a whole if you're inclined to do that rather than kind of pass it and modify it later.
Chase, what did you want to add?
Yeah, I wanted to point out here, everyone knows correct, and it's been pointed out that commercial is listed in the CDPHE, habitable structures. However, with our conversation with David there, the lead wastewater engineer, he did note that, not all commercial is created equal. He said, I'm trying to find the exact wording right now, but, he said, just because you allow a warehouse somewhere, does that mean that a restaurant and an Airbnb should be allowed right next door? So even though they are vague, they will be looking at specific uses for that. So I just want to make that kind of noted, as well as, I forgot my second point, to be honest with you. Sorry, I went down a rabbit hole.
Okay, it's a long day.
But wanted to, make out that point that the definition is not, CDPHE does not have a definition for commercial, but he does admit that, there are differences in commercial and they will look at those differences.
And you guys might be annoyed with me, but we haven't talked about the single family home design guidelines. They're
gotten started.
They're short, but if it's helpful, we can go over those items quickly if you feel like you kind of need to noodle on this a little bit more.
I'm feeling like we need to come to somewhat of a decision, and I actually heard at least two people say that they're unsure whether we should even be including the conditional use for employee housing in I-1, I think would be what it would be called. And I got to say, I mean, this discussion about housing in the industrial zone has been going on for a while now. And I think we were doing our best to try and look for ways that we might be able to make it work. But I honestly am also of the mind that I've never been comfortable with it. I've never thought that it was a good fit. There's so many examples of places where people have tried to mix housing in with industrial type uses, and
Like
people
Foxconn.
don't like to live above a place where there's noise and odor. And it's a tricky one, but I think I'd be interested in considering maybe just pulling that out altogether and dealing with the issue that way, because for now, I think that makes the most sense. I'd be curious to hear what the rest of you think.
I agree.
I would
Are there
agree
oth-
with that, John.
Are there other solutions to
I'm with
employee
you. I've never
housing?
been comfortable with.
Sorry, one at a time. Eric,
All right.
did you finish your thought?
I'm with you. I've never been really comfortable with the housing in there anyway. And so I would just soon pull it out for right now. I think it's an issue we could revisit down the road. I mean, we can always amend the code. And so I don't think it kills the issue. It just, I think we're just going to kick the can down the road for 2 or 3 months and make some decisions at that point.
Helps us move on with the rest of this. Terry, did you want to?
I was just wondering, it's probably, out of the box here, but are there other options or other suggestions for employee housing, like an aggregated facility that's employee housing that's not in this industrial zone? That may be an issue that has to be dealt with down the road. But I tend to agree with what you both are saying, which is maybe we should call this out of this out of the current structure of this, just to be able to honor all the work that's been done on the other issues.
Yeah, and to answer your question, I would say that look at everything else that's been built into this code amendment. It's quite extensive. There's any number of places that you could argue that employee housing could be dealt with by the changes in the code as proposed. So I'm seeing at least three. I saw at least 3 nodding heads to that idea. What do the rest of you think?
Let's pull out this employee piece out and worry about it later.
Is everybody comfortable with that?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So then that sort of puts that question aside for now. And Ben, I see you still have your hand up, but I think we've made our decision for now. So I'm going to respectfully just move on. And Shay, hand it back over to you to go into the single family.
Great. So this one's a lot shorter and more simple. So right now we have this section 6.6 that is specific for single family homes. And what with this proposal is in front of you today makes this applicable to all residential development. So instead of just single family homes, it would kind of be everything, which is a pretty common thing for communities to do, and will help address, I think, some people's concerns for like what a triplex could be in terms of an impact to their neighborhood. So the hope is that this is really helpful in mitigating some of that, because we have some design parameters around single family houses. Some of the details, we removed the requirement for a specific 312 roof pitch and are requiring varied roof forms and compatible roof forms. We've granted a lot of deviations to this recently. It just doesn't feel necessary anymore. Also removing the requirement to fully enclose a flatter roof with a parapet kind of seems silly, but requiring that equipment be screened on a roof except solar equipment if it makes it so it can't work. We are also proposing to remove the minimum building footprint requirement that's 21 by 24 feet. We've also, the Planning Commission has granted a number of deviations to that and just kind of feels it's no longer necessary. This will allow for different kind of building footprints, and then we feel like we've addressed some clarity around manufactured homes and factory built homes that we think will help address the concern that I believe this regulation was kind of set up for, was to try to not get single wides kind of those old like mobile homes in town. So I think we should be covered there. We removed or proposing to remove the restriction that only 2 non-site built homes can be on each block. Again, I think that was something that was created to kind of limit the amount of mobile homes that could be in town. And with factory built structures and new technology, it's just really not necessary anymore. And manufacturing homes in a facility offsite can really help with costs, and they can look just like a house that is built on site. So that allows for some flexibility in town.
And Shay, I would just quickly interrupt just because I love telling this story. I can verify that when we passed that ordinance limiting to 2 per block, it was in response to the proliferation of double wides we're seeing around town. And we didn't want to see just every lot in town had a double wide on it, even though at the time it was certainly a source of affordable housing. But the funny story is that within probably 2 months, there was a site-built structure, stick-built, that looked like a double wide built on a block just a couple blocks from my house. So just goes to show you can't always predict what's going to happen. So yeah, that provision certainly hasn't made sense for a while now. So it's nice to see it go on.
Great. And then there's just the last 2 things. The architectural standards were clarified a bit just to be sure that we're getting the intended outcomes that we are wanting. And then we just kind of rearranged it so that it is all kind of in one spot. And then we also added a new criteria for a deviation. So if someone were to be building workforce housing as we define it in our code with a certain AMI target, that could be a criteria to qualify for them to qualify for a deviation. So perhaps they wouldn't do some of the architectural standards, or they do something a little bit more simple than we would normally have. But we as a town are okay with that, because if you're truly providing workforce housing, then we're willing to give up maybe a few of these criteria, but there's still a criteria that you have to be generally compatible. So that's really it, except that 6.3 and 8.1 that we talked about a little bit. That's really just targeted at changes around the definitions of manufactured homes and versus mobile, what we used to define as mobile homes.
Great, thanks, Jay. I'm just scrolling through the rest of this lengthy document. But I think we've covered most everything else. Is the track changes version, and then the some of the back and forth with CDPHE and the emails from Ben and Chris, and then lastly the actual ordinance in the exhibit, which is the clean version of the changes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So any other comments, questions? Anybody in the audience have any other comments or questions on this? It's a big deal.
Huge.
So I noted the section that we want to remove or modify. I could propose the motion with that change.
Okay, go for it.
Is there a motion on a first read?
We make a motion to introduce.
Okay.
So as I read it up front here, it says, I move to introduce the ordinance revising section 6-3, 6-6, 7-3, and 8-1 of the Ridgway Municipal Code regarding housing affordability, amended to remove section 7-3-18D.
Thank you.
Did we need 8-3 in there? Sorry.
It's 8-1. Yes.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. 8-.
Did that make
I can repeat that if you want.
I just might add specific to employee housing as a conditional use, because I'm not able to check that cross-reference that quickly. And
Terry, can you repeat that for the motion, please?
So it's basically everything that's listed in the proposed motion sentence.
Right.
In quotes, I move to introduce the ordinance revising section 6-3, 6-6, 7-3, and 8-1 of the Ridgway Municipal Code regarding housing affordability, amended to remove section 7-3-18D.
Thank you.
That looks correct to me, Shay.
I think
Second.
it's 7312.
7318 is on page 7.
7312 C 4D. I'm sorry.
Excuse me.
I don't even see it. 7.
Shay, can you repeat that, please?
It's 7312 C 4D. And Terry, I'm looking at the clean version in the ordinance.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was looking
Version
at your,
that might be what's messing you up.
I see. I was looking at your notated version.
Yeah, I'm sorry to have two versions.
7312. Did you get that, Pam?
I did, thank you.
Good.
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion's been made by Terry, seconded by Beth. Can we have a roll call, please?
Counselors Cheek.
Aye.
Grambly.
Aye.
Lakin.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Geiler.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Great, thanks, everybody. And once again, hats off to Shay and the rest of staff on this. What a huge
Oh,
amount.
yeah.
Huge. Yeah.
Great
Nice
job.
work, Shay.
Thanks for bearing with me, guys. One question, and I'm sorry to bring this up. Direction, you guys kind of said we'd like to deal with this employee housing thing later. I think a little more direction from you guys would be helpful on that. Is that bring it back to the Planning Commission for discussion? Is that revisit it once we know more about our sewer lagoons? I just think we need some clear direction.
I mean, I'm kind of with, I'm not kind of, I'm where John and Eric were expressing discomfort with housing and industrial. I'm pretty adamant that we shouldn't be doing housing and industrial areas. So I don't know where that will be. I mean, that's where I stand on that one.
Well, I think to John's point, some of these municipal code changes open the door for alternative possibilities besides putting, employee housing into the industrial area.
Yeah, and
maybe it doesn't need to be addressed at all. Maybe it's just organically arises.
I also have to say, Beth said this earlier, and it's been said in previous meetings. I'm just really uncomfortable making decisions on major zoning changes like this based on one development's requests. That's just not fair, and it's not the way we should be doing things. I think there are other avenues they could approach, but I'm not very comfortable. I think Shay, what you're hearing is that I'd even go a little further back, and when we first started this discussion, the Planning Commission basically directed staff to see if there was a way that we could figure out to allow some very limited form of employee housing in the industrial zones, in recognition that these guys had expressed a potential need there, and you guys came up with a proposal. And I think what council's saying is that we don't think it passes muster in terms of something that really makes sense for industrial zone. Anybody else is free to weigh in if you feel differently, but I think that's where we've come, in my view.
Yeah, I agree that sounds like the consensus.
I also think, there were other zoning or other code changes that we were looking at coming out of our master planning process around landscaping and some other things. And I think I'd rather see us move forward with some of those, Shay, rather than really look at this housing use that a lot of us are expressing discomfort around.
Great. That's really helpful. Thank you, you guys. I think we've left it hang in with these guys a little bit, and that's really helpful to have clear direction.
Okay. Anything else on this item? It feels like an amazing accomplishment. It really does. So thanks again. So that takes us to moving right along. The new item 12, which is the other big chunk in the packet, approval of the contract for the Athletic Park Pavilion construction project. And
I'm sorry, all of my stuff is huge, thick stuff. I don't like it either, if that helps at all. So this packet is huge because it's the contract and all of the attachments. They are not super relevant to this, but they do have to be included as part of the record, so you're getting them. This is super exciting. You guys approved the notice of award at a special meeting on April 24th. We've sent that to our contractor. I actually got that back today. So they are ready to get going. The contract is in front of you with all the exhibits. Happy to answer any questions that you have on that, but they're hoping to break ground on Monday. So I'm a little excited. We of course can delay that if we need to, but yeah, happy to answer any questions.
Like John turned into a cloud.
Yeah, he did.
No forest fires, John. No forest fires.
I thought it was actually a dialogue bubble.
Eric, you want to?
It's his cloud computing.
Take it for a second.
I can, I guess. So is anybody, I mean, essentially we just need to award this contract so they can get started on Monday, correct?
Yep.
I would entertain a motion unless anybody has any questions or anybody in the audience has any questions. I can't see any of the audience. So.
I don't see any hands, but maybe give people a second to raise their hand if they want to.
I still don't see any hands.
Seeing nothing.
Okay.
Yep.
I move to approve the construction contract for the Ridgway Athletic Park Pavilion construction project to Kuboski Contractors, LLC as presented.
Second.
Let's see, that was close. I'd say Russ got that one.
I think he did too.
It's quite a competition.
He's been fast tonight. Motion made by Beth and seconded by Russ, and you guys are fast. You got me before I even got back. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
And Preston, you guys are muted if you're talking. Oh.
Counselor Cheek,
Aye.
Grambly,
Aye.
Lakin,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Schuyler,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Great, another big one. This is huge. So
Congratulations, Shay. This is great.
hey, lots of kudos tonight. Well deserved.
Thank you guys.
And what a bright spot, you know, in the field of darkness.
Yeah.
Totally.
The soccer field.
And actually, I can't contain myself any longer. I got to tell you all, we got some incredible news this afternoon. You may not even be aware, but last Tuesday, a week ago yesterday, we went before CHAPA again for our LIHTC funding for the Space to Create. And about 4:40 this afternoon, I heard we were awarded the funding.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
It's pretty dang cool.
Nice work on that.
Good job.
Congrats. That's such a big deal. I know you guys have been working for years and years. Congratulations.
What's crazy, I said to Shade when we got on, it's like a whole bunch more work.
Yeah, right.
Preston, are you ready to make your mark on Ridgway?
Yes.
So yeah, thanks. It's really exciting. I look forward to having some sort of big socially distanced celebration.
Yeah.
The timing
With
is
masks.
pretty incredible.
With face coverings.
Yeah. But
I got to text Jen and tell her.
I called her. That was the first.
Did you?
She was the first person I called.
All right, good.
You can imagine her reaction. She was just
Oh,
like,
that.
Oh.
she said it made her year.
Yeah.
And she was in Zion this afternoon. So,
She sunk a lot of heart and soul in that project.
oh my God. Well, that's why I was like, who do I need to call first? Jen, it wouldn't have happened without her. And so much of it is due to her incredible hard work. So it's just incredible. And the Catherine Grosscup from Chapel told me that there'll be a more formal notification. And I see Aaron, you're still on here. It's public information. I probably should have shared it earlier with everybody, but I was just kind of back and forth on it. And there will be more of a formal announcement coming up very shortly, but we are so happy, so excited.
Very sweet.
Yeah.
That's yay.
Good news coming out of the darkness again, as somebody said a minute ago.
So much good. Talk about employee housing.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly. 30 units. All right, so that takes us to the new item number 13. Am I right? Award of bid for the Lena Street Utility Replacement Project. This was a late ad. Dropbox, hopefully you all have it.
Yeah, Mayor, and Joanne should be unmuted. Joanne, are you there? Do you want to present the item?
Okay, if I'm unmuted. We got 5 bids with an incredible spread on the replacement of water and sewer for the new council people. Part of the Lena Street Commons project, which involves rebuilding and paving Lena Street. They're participating and the town's kind of taking the lead on the street part of the project. But before we wanted to do the street, we wanted to get the utilities replaced. In addition, Lena Street Commons needs to install, I think, 15 sewer taps and 20 some water services. And so we were going to either be cutting into the old lines a whole lot or just replacing the lines and putting the taps in as we went. So a month or so ago, we went out to bid to get a contractor to install the new water and sewer lines and taps. And Ridgway Valley Enterprises was the low bid at $274,577. The town has a grant from DOLA to help with that project of $125,000, and the town budgeted money in the water from the water and sewer fund, and that amount was enough to cover slightly more than Ridgway Valley's bid, so we're only short about $6,000. Some of the costs for the service lines will be reimbursed at some point by Lena Street Commons. So I think staff recommends that you award the contract to Ridgway Valley for the $274,577. There is one issue hanging out about the easement to put the water meters in, that water meters on Lena Street Commons actually go on their property. And if we don't get the easement in time to do the services, we will adjust Ridgway Valley's contract and we'll leave the services, we'll leave pipe in the ground for them, or above ground, for them to actually cross onto their property and put the meter cans in. If we get the easement, Ridgway Valley will do that as part of the project. So we would ask that you award the contract and allow us to figure out whether the meter cans are part of it or not.
Okay, thanks, Joanne. That's very helpful presentation. And to be just extra clear, we're talking about the 2 blocks of Lena from Charles to Otto.
Right, 2 unpaved blocks.
the only two unpaved blocks of Lena right now, which would be a nice piece of the puzzle. Any other questions for staff or Joanne? Anybody in the audience have questions? We're down to a die-hard 6 people. That includes Joanne. All right, somebody want to make a
What's gonna be the impact on Lena Street with this renovation?
Pardon me?
What's going to be the impact on Lena Street?
Russ really wants to know.
Yeah, it's gonna be a concern.
They will be digging up the existing water line and putting in a new water line. The water, they will provide a temporary water supply so that they'll feed off of the hydrant at Otto and Lena and run a temporary main on the surface so that everybody's water service remains in service. With the sewer, it'll be a little bit different. They're working on a plan where it'll be kind of one by one, that you'll have a temporary for a few hours and then go back to having the regular service. But there will be construction on both sides of Lena Street, one at a time. The specs require them to try to keep a half a block, one-way traffic open. We've allowed an option that if that becomes impractical, they can submit a plan and work with the emergency services people and the residents, make sure everybody can get in and out.
Okay, thank you.
And just out of curiosity, I don't know if this is for Shay or Preston. Hi, Shay. Where are we on those easements, just out of curiosity?
In progress.
Okay.
Yep, I work.
That's cool. It's not really important.
We're close. It's just working out some details. The owners have some concerns that we're trying to work with them to address, but it's a little different than the plat map language, and we're just trying to reconcile that and be sure we're not like making decisions that we as staff aren't really authorized to make.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
And Joanne, one last question along Russ's line of questioning. This is just the water and sewer lines. This isn't actually going to fully excavate the street and get it down to the grade it needs to be. Is that right?
Correct. They're going to install the utilities at the elevation for where the road will be, but the road isn't getting done. We haven't worked on the funding for the road yet.
Okay, so the final grade for the road after this project's done will be the same as it is now?
Yes.
So good news to that, Russ, is that your impact should be a little less this time around. But there's still going to be a bunch of construction in front of your place. And this happen this summer, I believe. All right, so bear with me a second here. That takes us to the new number 14 resolution amending the police
Hey,
procedure.
Mayor, there was, I don't believe there was a motion or vote.
I move we award the bid to redo the line on Lena Street to Ridgway Valley Enterprises. Is that sufficient?
Actually, Tessa, there's a recommended motion that includes authorizing staff to enter into a construction contract with Ridgway Valley Enterprises for said project.
So
if you could incorporate that as well.
Okay, can you direct me to the page?
I actually have it. Do you want me to just do it, Tessa? And somebody unmute Terry. I move to issue notice of award for the Lena Street Utility Replacement Project to Ridgway Valley Enterprises as presented, and to authorize staff to enter into a construction contract with Ridgway Valley Enterprises for said project.
Second.
Give it to Russ.
Motion made, seconded. Joanne, did that need to include the reference to what the staff can negotiate, whether that includes meter cans or not?
That would be helpful.
And add to that, Pam, the ability for staff to negotiate with reference to meter cans and easements.
And the seconder is okay with that amendment? Is that you, Russ?
Second, yep.
Okay. All right. Motion made and seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Meter can easements?
Meter can and easements.
Oh, and easements. Thank you. Councilors Cheek?
Aye.
Grambly?
Aye.
Lakin?
Aye.
Meyer?
Aye.
Skylar?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson?
Aye.
Thanks, everybody. Sorry for the confusion.
Sorry about that, guys. Yeah.
That's okay.
It's getting late and I thought we'd already. All right, so that takes us to item number 14, resolution amending the police procedures manual to add section 26, quote, officer involved shooting policy, end quote.
Yep, thanks, Mayor. Real quick, this is a resolution that would adopt, like you said, a formal officer-involved shooting policy. Senate Bill 19-091, when it was enacted back in 2019, so last year, requires law enforcement agencies throughout the state to develop policies to support officers involved in a shooting or fatal use of force. It's a very comprehensive policy. It's in line with what many agencies across the state have already put in place. And the bill actually required agencies to put these policies in place prior to January 1 of this year. So this is simply a due diligence item that's required by the state of Colorado. And Shane has been on the line the entire evening, and I think he's unmuted. Shane, do you have anything to add?
Not really, other than I think it's important to have this policy because that's part of the, although it's statutorily required, on the other hand, too, it's good to have because, you know, fortunately, we haven't had an event where an officer was involved in deadly force, use of force issue, but or a shooting, but you know, circumstances can change pretty quickly. So I think we need this not only because of the statute, but also as being a member of the critical incident investigation team. Agencies without these policies have a lot harder road to go with you know, subject to litigation and that kind of stuff, unless the policies are pretty clear and then the teams are called in. Also, one part of this requirement was the peer support, and we've been fortunate to have the Montrose Police Department agreed to provide the peer support team that they have formed for us to use in the event that we have one of these incidents. So that's about all I have to say.
Great, thanks, Shane, and thanks for hanging in there all evening. I hope you've been able to have a good book at your side or something while you were sitting through all this. But thanks a lot for hanging in, and thanks for this this draft. It looks great to me.
I actually have a couple of quick questions, Shane. Sorry. You mentioned the critical response, now I just lost it, the critical incident team, and it mentions if requested by the marshal, and I assume you would, but I was wondering, is there a reason that that wouldn't be almost automatically triggered in this situation, and that it would be a discretionary piece, and if requested?
Well, the reason that we didn't put that they would automatically be requested, they have criteria under their policy for what incidents that they will even come in and investigate, like a officer use of force or deadly force investigation. sometimes it doesn't rise to the level that the team would be involved in that. One of the situations that we used to do as a team, we used to do death investigations in the jail, and kind of got away from doing that because the agencies are perfectly capable of investigating something like that on their own. So the team kind of got away from that. So the policy just covers, gives the marshal the discretion to call in the team, if it's something that fits their guidelines, and makes it where it's something else, another incident that we might be able to investigate ourselves, or, it was not rise to the level that they would. So hope that answered your question.
Yeah. And then there was the question about administrative investigation and drugs and alcohol, and the results of that then aren't available to criminal investigators. And that may be a privacy thing, and that if that is, it is. I was just kind of curious about that exemption.
Yeah, I'm not really well versed in that aspect of it. I think it falls under personnel policies too, would be kind of my understanding of that. Those aren't released to the criminal investigation, unless it's. So yeah, Bo, do you have any input on that?
Yeah, my take would be that it just wouldn't automatically be forthcoming, but there would need to be procedures that the appropriate investigators would need to go through, if that's a subpoena or whatever that might be, so that we can, at the initial level, keep the personnel protections in place.
I mean, the way this reads, Bo, is the results of any testing shall not be disclosed. So we would disclose it if it was subpoenaed, but we wouldn't volunteer it.
We wouldn't volunteer it. Exactly.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't going to do testing, that if there was a case. Okay, I'm cool.
Okay. Anybody else have questions on this? Comments? Sent to me. Well, you still got,
structured.
Bo, you still got your hand up. That's probably just left over, right? Anybody in the audience have any comments or questions about this one? And thanks again, Shane, for being here for this. I think we're ready for a motion then.
I move to approve resolution number 2020-03, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Ridgway, Colorado, amending the Police Procedures Manual to add Section 26, Officer Involved Shooting Policy.
Second.
Motion made by Tessa, seconded by Eric. Roll call vote, please.
Councilors Cheek.
Aye.
Grandly.
He's muted.
Lakin.
And Gramley says aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Skylar.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
I
I
didn't
just
hear
want to say
that.
aye in case somebody watches the recording, because
I didn't hear it. I was going to have you say it again. Thank you, everybody. That one passes unanimously as well. That brings us to the new item number 15, review of measures pertaining to deferral of sales tax collection. Preston.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So this item is it's follow-up to last month's meeting, the regular meeting. Council asked us to explore what other communities have enacted in relation to sales tax deferment measures, or at least that's what I'm calling it. The memo kind of goes over or presents a list of local governments that have not all of them are local governments, but governments that have implemented temporary sales tax deferment programs for qualifying businesses. The list includes Durango, Fort Collins, Grand Junction, Lamar, Montrose, Telluride, and then even the state of Colorado. So a lot of information there. Hopefully you all had time to delve into it and digest it. But if council has an interest in moving forward with some sort of temporary sales tax deferral program, staff, we put together a little, what I would characterize as a recommendation that's largely based on what Fort Collins put in place, kind of a Fort Collins model, if that makes sense. And I'm happy to go into much greater detail if you all would like me to, but I just thought I'd leave it at that for now.
I mean, I think this is one of those things that if this deferral helps our businesses, I would certainly entertain it. I like that the model you proposed was pretty constrained, Preston.
Thank you, Beth. Yeah, Pam and I put a lot of thought, put a lot of thought into what to present in terms of a recommendation if council were to move forward. And so I agree with how you characterize it. Fort Collins seemed to have a very, what I would say, simplified and straightforward program.
It was my takeaway too.
Okay, and so this, just to be really clear, this is a deferral, not a forgiveness.
Say that again, John. I'm sorry.
Yes, it is.
It'd be a deferral, not a forgiveness. They would still have to remit the sales tax. It even says they still have to file the form on time. They just would have an extra month.
Yes, sir.
To pay it.
So it's kind of like, if for those who reach out for like a short-term loan, essentially, that we would be offering.
Yeah.
Yes.
So is this something, Preston, we had discussed having a special meeting for masks? Is this something we could do at that special meeting?
Yeah, absolutely. We didn't, and we'll need Bo to kind of give some input here. If you all really wanted to move forward with this evening, I think a motion would suffice. I don't know if this answers kind of what you were getting at, Beth, but we don't need a formal resolution or ordinance or anything to the best of my understanding. Bo,
I think we wanted to start, with the direction, and this would be sufficient as policy that staff could adopt.
So I have a question with the extension that we approved of the emergency through, I forget what date in May. Would it make sense to limit this just to the month of April, or through at least the period of the emergency declaration?
It is only for the month of April as written right now.
Right, but would it make sense to have it mirror the time period of the emergency declaration?
Oh.
Yeah, that's a great question, Terry. That's the emergency, the local disaster period could end up being quite a while. We really don't know at this point. That's my first thought.
I would ask, just when comparing this to the Fort Collins model, they actually did a 60-day deferral for April and May. What made you guys decide to recommend just the 1 month? Was there anything on that, or just?
John, you're asking why we settled on the 30-day?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was just completely arbitrary mostly, but Pam wanted to pipe in.
Well, it was also based on the fact that sales tax remittances are a month after they're collected. So the time frame of when the town would receive the funds, because the town operates on those funds. So that was really why we did that. That was our thinking originally.
And just to add to that, John, when I was writing this, things are really starting to open back up. And, at the time of writing this, there seemed to be a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. And so we, kind of just settled on the 30-day thing. Had the stay-at-home order been extended for another 30 days or 3 months, like what we see in California and maybe some other states, then maybe our thought or suggestion recommendation would have been different. Just a thought there.
That's fine. I just was curious.
Isn't there some a degree of irony in the fact that there's less sales tax being collected during the periods that are locked down? I mean, that really the benefit of this might be when it's more opened up.
Right, but it's still the part of this though, Terry, is though that it's a deferral and we're still expecting to collect. So running up a bigger loan may actually not be useful in some ways.
And I think, from what Pam was saying, I mean, essentially what this works out is a 60-day deferral anyway, just because town sales tax,
is in arrears.
The remittance to the town is always 30 days later anyway. So
that's normal.
Okay, well, it makes sense to me. What do the rest of you think?
I think it's great, and if there's lots of buy-in and we feel like we can extend it and people want and need that, we can always have that conversation. But I think we also want to keep operating our town. Yeah, I'm for it. I would support it tonight in whatever fashion is.
Yeah, if it doesn't feel like a huge thing, if it's a little piece that helps a couple of our businesses and we can do that as a town, I think it's definitely something we should push forward with.
Yeah,
I agree.
Preston, have you gotten any feedback from anybody suggesting that this is of interest to them or valuable to them?
Yeah, Terry, thanks for asking that. I did pose the information to a variety of business owners just in passing and just in random phone conversations. I'll single out Tammy Tuttle because I've spoken with her a few times over the last couple of weeks, and I don't think she's on here. I don't think she'll mind me saying this, but when I mentioned that this was going before council, her first thought was, well, these are taxpayer dollars. Can the town handle that? Deferring sales tax, which I thought was admirable. So that was Tammy's response. And if I was a business owner, my opinion would be, this is great, cool. So Terry, I hope that gives answers your question a little bit. But the outreach wasn't robust, but there was some input.
Yeah.
So
and it does note in here, the town will encourage taxpayers that can pay to pay. So, I mean, we're really offering it as a branch for those who need it.
Exactly. And it might keep one little restaurant from closing. And if that's the case, then it's worth this effort. So, and maybe it won't, but I think it's a nice offering.
It's a nice gesture.
I agree. So we need a motion on this, right?
Please.
So somebody want to take a shot? There is no.
So I move that we defer sales tax for the month of April as per the guidelines listed by staff at the end of this memo.
Second that.
That's sufficient?
Yep. Motion made, seconded. Motion is made by Russ, seconded by Terry. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilors Cheek?
Aye.
Grambly?
Aye.
Lakin?
Aye.
Meyer?
Aye.
Schuyler?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson?
Aye.
Great, thanks everybody. And thanks staff for taking the time to put this together. Hopefully it'll help some people.
Thank you. Yeah.
That brings us to the new item 16, update on annual council scholarship to a local high school senior with my name on it. Yeah, Eric and I are the make up the Ridgway Scholarship Committee, and just for everyone to know, we started doing a scholarship. I don't remember exactly. I would guess it was probably 6 or 7 years ago now.
I was going to say 7 or 8.
Okay, that's usually the way my mind works. First year it was $500. We then raised it to $1,000, and so we've been giving $1,000 scholarship for a while, and it's always very, it's interesting and fun and challenging for those of us who get to go through the applications. The application process basically asks the applicants who are interested to write an essay explaining how they served the community of Ridgway, how growing up in Ridgway or living in Ridgway, if they haven't grown up here, has impacted them and what they've done to give back to the community. And once again, this year we had an incredible batch of, I think, 5 or 6 applicants. And I haven't notified the winner yet. So Aaron, I would ask you not to, I suppose you could put it in the paper and I can notify her tomorrow. The paper's already gone out for this week, I see. So anyway, for some of you may know, Anza Connaughton was the winner of this year's Ridgway Scholarship. She's former County Commissioner Lynn Padgett's daughter. And just a great, she's been a barista at Cimarron Coffee for a number of years and just a great kid. Incredible essay. In fact, I was thinking of asking her if I could share her essay with you guys. It was really, really amazing. Anything you want to add, Eric?
No, I agree. I think, there's 6 really pretty well qualified candidates, and it really was a little bit, it was a little tough, but it was interesting. John and I reviewed these independently, and we both came up with the top 3 in the same order. So
it's the same way it happened last year, I think.
Yeah.
And it's never easy. They're great candidates, good kids. Ridgway raises some amazing young people. So
it was all women too, again, this year. I think there was one young man last year, but I think it was all young women this year.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's always a rewarding thing that we get to do.
That's a great pick too. That's a great pick.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool kid. She's going to go to CU on a pre-physical therapy track.
Cool.
Physiology initially. Any other comments, questions?
Your ears must have been buzzing. I just got an email from Lynn Padgett a moment ago.
Oh, really? Funny.
Different topic, but.
Well, I'll let Anza know tomorrow. Anyway, the last item is yours, Terry. You wanted to add a bit.
Okay. Yeah. Let me get my notes here. So I mentioned this to you briefly, John, and I put it before Preston. He suggested I bring it up. Where to begin? Well, first off, major kudos to Preston, Mayor and Council for professionally dealing with Unified Command in regards to this pandemic emergency. But it kind of brings to the light the issue of, I hate to use the overused term of new normal. But the idea I had was that this pandemic is just one example of what might constitute issues that define the new normal. Others might be, we're coming into fire season, extreme drought, major storms, terrorism, mass shootings, loss of power, flood, long-term loss of roads, etc. It might be something to consider for the town to create a committee to deal with how do we support our residents in managing this, onset of these new normal issues. The committee might be a resiliency committee or an emergency response committee or something to provide assistance to the town manager and those that are spending so much time in putting in place plans on how do we manage the short and long-term effects of what we see coming down the pipe. The issues might be emergency shelters, water supply, electricity backup, food, fuel supplies, trash, public works, educational outreach. I could see, I haven't put any further structure to it than these thoughts, but the idea would be a committee that could put in place preemptive measures to assist our community with these various, likely changes that are occurring as a result of climate change, as a result of all of the other factors that are changing the way that we deal with what used to be called normal. So it's really just opening that up for discussion. Does it make sense? Is there any impetus or motivation to create a new committee one or more council members that would help put structure to this idea. That's essentially the thought.
I think it's a really interesting idea.
By the way, this isn't new. I've been working with SMPA to try to come up with something similar. How is, as a utility, how can we support our membership, which is a cooperative, in dealing with this? I mean, things, everything from supplying, bug out kits to, drought resistant seed to, how as a cooperative of 13,000 people can we facilitate people managing what is changing in our world. So it could trickle down to these municipalities as well. So the thought was just sort of an extension of what I've been working on at work, which is how could we as a community support this? And it may be something as simple as just an educational campaign. It could eventually lead to, details of how do we as a town manage to put people up when all the roads are closed and because of fire or because of floods or because of terrorism or whatever. How do we deal with, incoming supplies, when the roads are cut off, or when the fuel sources are cut off, or electricity is cut off? What sort of a community organized response could we have to facilitate, people planning for this? Not to sound like a doomsday guy.
Yeah. The more you talk
So,
about
I mean, to some extent, really what you're talking about creating is some sort of disaster management plan. And the sort of the first step on it, having done some of these in the past, and kind of the first step on this, we've done some hazard mitigation or hazard identification work with Glenn in the past. But I think what you're talking about, and I think it makes a lot of sense, is to take some of these scenarios and sort of, put something on paper that says, okay, how are we going to respond, or how can we potentially respond to this situation, whether it's a fire or some of the other things you brought out. And, even potentially looking at, do we need down the road, either as a part of the county or as part of the town, do we need to start creating caches of equipment or other things that may be needed in the future? And those things can be done incrementally and slowly. So.
Well, and that's being in the responsive mode. I'm also referring to being preemptive. In other words, there's no longer a question in most people's minds about whether or not climate change is real. It's really about what do you do to prepare for it? How do you manage the inevitability of the consequences of that? And I don't think that's been given enough attention, either globally or we could focus it to our community. What can we do to help people prepare for these things rather than just respond to them?
Yeah, oh, good point. Sorry.
Well, and I think that does exist already to a certain extent with Glenn and the county emergency manager. He's always trying to get us to take these emergency management courses that are designed to get us thinking proactively about disasters. And actually, Terry, you and I discussed microgrids and my, I've had concerns for years now, really since one of the first events I went to, or classes I went to at Glenn's urging, that through that process, I got an email from a guy that talked about the potential for a massive coronal ejection from the sun that would create a solar flare that could completely knock out the grid worldwide for a couple of years, and how that we need to be talking about that and preparing for that. So
and that's power resiliency. So resiliency is broad based.
Oh, yeah.
It could be fuel resiliency, it could be water. What do we do in case our water treatment plant goes out because of one of these disasters? How do we put in place a systematic approach to something that's unforeseen, essentially?
Yeah, and another way though to think about that is when we do anything, we should think about resiliency, right? I feel like we have talked about that with respect to water and foreseeing what is going to change with our water situation as climate change progresses. And, you know, what are we going to, I don't know. I'm torn because I think a committee focusing on it and looking for ways that we can act has a lot of value, but also it's almost like you need a resiliency committee in like a county or a regional sense, right? Because Ridgway doesn't need to invent the wheel. Norwood's dealing with the same sort of issues, and I don't know.
Well, maybe it's something that we initiate and then we bring in other communities to, you know, to co-op with or cooperate with. Maybe we just become a leader in the concept.
Well, and I think the place to start really is, and it's as much out of respect as anything, is to talk to Glenn. And do you know Drew Peterson? He's sort of the regional emergency manager from the state level. Drew's an amazing guy. He's really great, and he's taught a couple classes that I've gone to. That what I'm saying is that there is some of this stuff happening. It's not as apparent to the average person as it might be. I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel. I do think there's some things we can do that would be unique offshoots of kind of the classic emergency management planning model. But I think it would be a mistake for us to forge ahead with an effort like this without talking to the existing emergency management structure in the state and seeing where they see a need for help, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a specific offshoot of emergency management, and it's a super good idea. But I think about the school organization of BOCES, where Uray and Ridgway and the West End and Telluride, and you have kind of a network of similar districts. And I would say it wouldn't, if we did it all falling on our shoulders feels overwhelming and possibly redundant. And I would reach out to Glenn.
And that's not what I'm suggesting, but the idea of reaching out to Glenn may be something that the committee does. In other words, the committee looks at all of these issues and tries to figure out an approach to it. And it may be that the committee is short-lived and decides that there's no need for the committee, but it's the concept of, I guess, being prepared, not necessarily just responding to an emergency, but what do we do to support our community in managing what we loosely term the new normal. And it could be, that it's just an educational campaign. It could manifest itself in a lot of different ways. It could be that, we assign various, outreaches to Glenn and others to, put meat on the bones. So I don't know that it's intended to solve the problem as much as it is to just noodle the problem. The problem being all of these possible things that are going to affect our community in the next 5 to 10 years.
So a few things that might be helpful for background here, just, and sorry if you've already looked at them. Last year, we adopted a multi-hazard mitigation plan for the county, and Chase and I were pretty highly involved in that, so that might be a helpful thing to look at. It's not totally what you're talking about, Terry, but might have some good ideas or thoughts or direction. Yeah, and then we have, oh, sorry, I'm getting an echo. I thought I was talking over someone. We have some direction in our master plan as well. It looks like it's under goal COM 7, which is our sense of community and inclusivity section. And it talks a little bit about coordinating with our regional partners and ensuring that the town government is prepared to respond to services during emergencies. And then there's some actions in there as well. So I don't know if that will be helpful, but maybe that can help us fight off little pieces or something.
And that's all good stuff. Well, anyway, so I was bringing it up just for discussion purposes. I don't know that it warrants a separate committee, but the pandemic is like a slap in the face to us that, the quote new normal is coming down the rails like a freight train. it includes more than just pandemics. And how do we prepare for it? How do we manage the inevitability of all these various different things that could happen?
Yeah.
So I'll leave it at that.
County, but yeah.
Somebody, one of us who's got their mic on is hearing a lot of side conversation. So we're almost done here, but I'm not sure where that's coming from.
So I'll leave it at that. I just wanted to open up the discussion on the idea. Maybe we can.
Thanks, Terry. And just for the new council members, FYI, you guys may or may not know, because of the open meeting laws, no more than 2 of us can meet without it being noticed at any time. So if we want to form a committee, we could find a couple of us that could do it with maybe some other people, and then we wouldn't have to have noticed meetings every time. And I'm open to ideas. Anybody might be. I mean, Terry, I definitely think you're onto something. It's kind of, especially at 10 o'clock on Wednesday night, it's kind of hard to wrap my mind around. But I mean, I'd be willing to talk more, and that maybe any number of us could meet in just a couple at a time and talk about it. Or we could share some information by email, maybe. But we can't have a discussion by email, of course.
Yeah, and I'm certainly not proposing anything right now. It's more of just opening it up, the concept up for discussion. Maybe we address it again at another meeting.
Yeah, how about we do this? How about everybody give it some thought? Agree they have bandwidth to give it thought, and we'll bring it up again next month or month after, and see what we come up with.
Great, thanks.
Is that good?
Yep, thanks for letting me air that out.
Yeah, and of course. Anybody else? That takes us to the town manager report. Another great report, Preston. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. And I know it's late, so I don't want to go through this piece by piece unless you all really want me to. There's some items that I'll go over real quick that I didn't include in there. It was simple oversight, or they just came up in the last several days. Deidre shared with me and all of us that the Colorado Main Street program upgraded the town of Ridgway's designation to graduate status. So we worked on a press release earlier in the week and got that out. So very exciting and a testament to all of Deidre's great work, and just really exciting. I told Deidre that I would bring this up. We're on the hook to have a formal Main Street board workshop before June 30th. The 2 dates we've honed in on are May 27th or June 3rd. It's a requirement of the Colorado Main Street program. And someone with Main Street, I don't recall her name, I'm forgetting it right now. She would come in and present on a bunch of different topics, kind of an orientation to Main Street for everybody, but Terry and Kevin in particular, go over 2020 work plans for Creative Main Street, responsibilities for the graduate level, graduate Main Street, and then board roles and responsibilities. So we're looking at, again, May 27th or June 3rd, starting at 5:30 or 6 o'clock, whichever works best for council. So hopefully you all are looking at a calendar so we can pinpoint a date. I'm trying to remember earlier in the meeting, there was some direction to come, or maybe do a special meeting for a resolution encouraging the wearing of face coverings and masks. So I'm just thinking out loud, perhaps we can arrange a special meeting and devote the full amount of time required for the Main Street consultant person to come in and do that presentation, and we can tag any other items like that resolution on that. Again, it's late, sorry, I'm thinking out loud, but if that would work, maybe we can do it that way.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
And then is our date dependent on what they do, or are you asking us for feedback on which of those 2 days?
I'm sorry. I'm asking for some consensus here on which date to let them know works best for the majority.
Both of those dates work for me.
The 27th is like 200% better for me.
27th works for me.
What was
So
the
I might
time?
be a little late.
Preston, 5:30?
Whatever works. So Aaron,
6 would be better for me.
6.
If possible.
6 on May 27th. Does that work?
That works for me.
That works.
Yep.
Okay. Well, that's all I needed. That's great. Thank you very much for that. I don't remember if I mentioned the farmers market kind of at the beginning with the COVID-19 update, but we're working with Tanner and Pam and myself. We met with reps from the Ridgway Farmers Market last week, and they're working really hard to make sure that they follow the available guidance to be able to open up safely. First one is scheduled for May 22nd. So farmers markets are an essential service. They've been deemed an essential service by the state. So they're happening all over the state and the country. And then I was going to plug the graduation piece, but Susan came on during the public comment period, and we touched on that. So is there anything in the actual report that you all would like me to cover? Do you have any questions on anything?
It's not in the report, and maybe I forgot because it's late. I don't remember. Has there been any discussion about the concert series? Has there been any proclamation on whether that's going to remain?
We haven't made an announcement, and I think it's only a matter of time before we have to just admit that we can't do it. I think Pam and I both are like, oh, we hate to have to do that. I know Pam has been talking to Rob, our promoter, and he's been talking to some of his contacts in the promotion production realm on the Western Slope and elsewhere to see if there's some sort of creative way people are trying to do events like this. But the fact of the matter is that there isn't an end in sight that we know of to that 10-person limit for gatherings. And we're talking about 1,000 or a couple or 3,000. And I just, personally, I don't think there's any way we can do it and keep social distancing. I believe that the URA folks have announced that they're hoping to reschedule at least one show into August or September. I'm guessing we could probably do the same. I don't know if Rob shared any of this with you, Pam, but I think he told me, I think what he said was that we've already lost 2 headliners based on other events being canceled. And if Rocky Grass gets canceled, we'll lose another. So I don't know what your feeling is, Pam, but I think it's only a matter of time before we have to make the announcement.
Well, Rob and I have had discussions also about maybe moving it to another time. So that's one of the reasons we wanted to wait until the end of the month and kind of gather up other information. So that's what we've set our time frame at, the end of this month.
For an announcement. Sounds good.
Well, maybe during leaf change season or something.
Yeah.
October.
I mean, part of me says the message of canceling is appropriate, right? Where like, this is where we are and we can't have gatherings and we're all really sad. But we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think those sort of big gatherings are, we're just putting off the inevitable decision here. So, because there's no way to safely do it. I mean, it's interesting. I'm signed up for this National Nurse Practitioner Conference that I go to every year. There's like 1,500 people. And they haven't made a decision yet. And the thing's only like 8 weeks, 8 weeks away. And it's like, there's no way they could social distance at this huge conference facility. So I don't know, I think people just need to bow to the fact that we're just part of the new normal, as Terry says, is just not going to be big gatherings for a while.
It's very sad.
It is.
Is, and basically my take has been to respect staff's wishes, and if they'd like to wait till the end of the month to make the announcement, I'm okay with that. If you guys
totally
feel differently, we should say so.
It's good. Sounds good.
Okay. Anyone else have any committee reports or anything?
No,
Go ahead, Derek.
Go ahead, John.
I just wanted to remember, I forgot to mention it when Susan was talking at the beginning of the meeting, Preston. They mentioned that they want to put the banner across Lena Street. And I talked to Jen Donovan this afternoon. She said she has got that ordered. Do they need to do a permit, and can we do that administratively, or did I already say that?
Oh yeah, we already discussed that. We'll
discussed that.
That's good to know though that they've moved forward with it, because I hadn't heard that. So I'll get on the horn with well, Shay's here now, and we'll figure out how to best accommodate that. Chase is already in the loop because I was chatting with him last week after we had exchanged emails, John, and we'll do our best to make it happen.
As that was coming out of my mouth, I'm going, I think we already discussed that. We're all exhausted.
So the only question I had was a couple of months ago, I think my neighbor came and talked about doing some sort of traffic mitigation at Cora, with some signage or something, just sort of keep some of the big trucks from heading down North Cora and then realizing they can't get all the way through. And staff was going to work on something, and I just wondered, she was asking me about it today, so I just thought I'd see if there's an update.
Yeah, was that Annabelle Clark?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so what I remember was there was a request for some sort of sign to kind of direct people to the industrial park, because I guess a lot of trucks come in there and need to U-turn. Is that right?
Yeah, it's kind of comical.
It's I bet. Yeah, haven't done much in way of exploring that and planning for that, but that's on the list. Obviously, I'm looking at the list now, so apologize for that, but we'll.
It's okay. She was just asking, and I said I would ask. So.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Anybody else?
I want to hear the joke of the day.
Like, you want me to read it?
No. It's nice that you put that in there, especially on page 337. Jay.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out a comeback to that, and I just couldn't come up with one. I'm not very good at that. We do appreciate the jokes. Anything to keep us smiling.
Well, thank you all. I appreciate that. I think someone needs to talk to Bo, because Bo is just adamant that my jokes are terrible. So, he reminds me every time.
Well, Bo, you know what the challenge is? If you think they're bad, you got to come up with something better.
I think he has an arsenal of jokes, and he's just not sharing.
He must not be, because you can't complain without stepping up with an alternative, right?
Oh, he has his hand raised.
Shay, unmute him. Go ahead, Bo.
Well, I think I can't defend myself here when I'm muted. Frankly, I felt like the jokes have been decent, but Preston could do better.
You're just calling him out to up the game, huh?
Yeah. Well, I didn't tell you guys, but I was working with Shane. There was a group of crows outside of town hall, and he wanted to know if he should write a ticket for attempted murder.
Oh, so good. Oh, yeah.
I know. Sprocket.
That one's actually better than Preston's.
Oh, man. No more. It's Sprocket not like that one, Beth?
Harsh.
Well, I think the gauntlet has been thrown down. I think we all need to try and come up with jokes every month. That should be one of the committee reports. All
All
right.
right, you guys.
On that note, I think we're done.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you, everybody.
Bye, guys.
See you guys.
Thank you as always, guys.
I
Good night,
declare,
everybody.
I declare us adjourned.
Adjourn.
There it is, officially. Bye-bye.
Have a great rest of your week. Good night.
Likewise.
Preston and Shay and Pam, thank you guys.
Thank you, John.
Good night.
Good night.